The King's Citadel. Well, what can I tell you about them? About the ones who do the job no one else can do? Well, I can tell you this. Wherever they go, people notice. And wherever they are, hope follows. Eberron, the shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen war and peace, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Misiana, the heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. They came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. They've made friends along the way, salvage brokers, sheriffs, and everyday citizens alike. But they've also made enemies. Erulan Karnak, most powerful of the salvage brokers, the Order of the Emerald Claw, and even the Lord of Blades, if he truly exists. And, most dangerously, they've discovered something so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations. The Oracle of War. This powerful device will give anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle. And everyone from rival nations to greedy bandits will stop at nothing to possess it, especially now that it's begun to speak lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, which predicts all of Eberron's future. Well, they've survived the Grey, and saved Salvation. But can they survive the intrigue and deception of Sharn, City of Towers, where those with deep knowledge of the draconic prophecy must help decide what to do with this artifact? Only if they remember that in the end, all we have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Sharn. It's like slipping on a duster and getting ready to head out into the Old West, chat. I'm a big fan of that video and music. How is everyone doing? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome to a Saturday night stream. It is 7:43 p.m. Eastern, and the time has come for us to return to the world of Eberron. We are here for day 27 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond Eberron, Oracle of War. This is Season 2 as we're heading into the end of Season 2, and this is Part 2 of Song of the Sky. Very excited for this. We got a sort of rousing start, actually, to this section last time, and there's going to be a lot more where that came from as the party continues its awesomeness. So I'm very excited that the full crew is with us after a really cool Adventures of Middle-earth session earlier today. Before I get there, a couple couple of quick reminders. We're going to go through these super quick. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Check out our YouTube at !ArvTube, and please sub to us over there. Please also subscribe to us on Discord, !ArvCord. Don't forget about Twitter, !Arv tweets as well. Website for this, arvanelleron.com. Stay out of the cogs. Yeah, well, we're going to see. This may lead them far afield, Duncan. We're going to see how they handle things tonight. Good to see you. Again, website, arvanelleron.com. Financially, !Arv Shop for the merchandise area, !Arv Treon for the Patreon, which really supports the channel and gives us those custom sub badges and emotes. The Patreon gives us all kinds of things. It's the financial backbone of the channel and allows you to do things like inspire characters. And by the way, as they say in Die Hard, smoke them if you got them, chat, because this is our last session of the month, our last TTRPG session of the month. So now is the time. Feel free to use those inspirations on chat on the players as we go through, if you have them available to you. And then again, subbing to the channel is always appreciated. You can also get inspirations there, plus custom sub badges and emotes. We had a lot of subs earlier today, subs, resubs, and gift subs, and I'm very grateful for that. So thank you to everyone who has done that. That definitely helps us out here at the channel, and also, of course, helps the people that you give subs to. So thank you, everyone, for that. On the publishing side, Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, Library for Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and Greyshade for my Greyshade novel. Also, Renegade and Heretic are the two sequels to Greyshade. Those are coming out next year and the year after. Also, the tabletop role-playing game, which is going to be coming out next year, designed by Brandon O'Brien, and also the audiobook done by our very own Trent Sparks, which is going to be done as well for Greyshade. So all those are available at that Greyshade link. Last but certainly not least, BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, as they UKRAINE, as you fight back, as the Ukrainians fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war that they are winning and doing so with great bravery and courage. But this is a way for us to step forward and help them symbolically and otherwise. So please jump forward if you can, step forward and do something with that Ukraine link. I've already talked about schedule, but just quickly, we will not be here. Obviously, tomorrow we'll be off, but then on Monday night, we will have a special, as always, annual Halloween stream that'll be happening Monday evening. My guess is around 10, but I don't know for sure. And it's going to feature 2 readings from Edgar Allan Poe. One of them is Always the Raven. I don't know what the other short story is going to be from Edgar Allan Poe. I will think about that and I'll figure it out tomorrow. And then Monday night, we will be doing that reading, which is always a good time. And that will be the conclusion of October and get us ready for a very busy November to come. Now, with that said, I want us to get right into it because we got a lot to do today. So I'm going to unmute myself and apologize to the crew for having interrupted them in their amazing conversations, whatever those might have been. And then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal the full crew is here. In fact, full crew plus cat is here.
Where?
You were all here. Everyone is here. We're all fine. Thanks. How are you? Good to see you all. I hope everyone is doing well. And I am excited for D&D with Infinity and Beyond. I will start with the gentleman bottom left of this ziggurat, I guess he always calls it, the bottom of the ziggurat. You've already seen him earlier today in another context, but he's back this time in another guise. Good to see you, Tren. You've already introduced yourself before, but you can briefly do so again for those who are watching the VOD, if you would.
I am also playing Thane, Tawny Bear.
No, you're not.
Right, that was earlier. No. I'm Trent Sparks. I'm a voice actor person, and I am playing a guy who looks a lot like me, really, but his hair and his beard are longer.
True. True facts.
But his name is Miatant. I almost said Thane. His name
Thane Miatanton Tawny Bear, the fifth Weller. Yeah.
The lover.
Weller Pale. Yeah.
Yeah. Weller Pale. God, no. I don't want to see those two combined. Anyway, so he's an artificer with a faithful Mirkwood. No, he's got a dog, a mechanical dog that usually follows him around. Right now, it's in the bag of holding with all of its limbs taken off. So, hope we don't need him because it's going to take about half an hour to put him back together again.
I'm sure the enemy in that situation would just be like, "Oh, it's no problem. Listen, it's only
Well,
sporting.
it's like you just
Take your
pull his,
time."
pull his torso out and lay him down. And
Yeah, exactly. If you would mind coming over and lying on top of my mechanical dog so he could fight you, that would be great. Yeah.
Just pour yourself into his mouth.
Insert arm here. Thank
Yes,
exactly.
precisely. Trick or treat.
Yeah, stop the battle while I assemble my mechanical dog. Exactly, Duncan. I feel like that's,
Playing chicken with a blender. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's that guy. That he's not quite a bumbling scientist, but he's close. Sometimes.
But then there are other times where he's the scientist that no one listens to until it's too late. Like they should listen to him earlier. There's that too.
Oh,
sometimes.
like Ripley in Aliens. Every time.
Every time.
Listen to the smart woman who knows what
I know.
she's talking about.
It's amazing. And we wonder why mankind is under threat.
Actually, she was a security officer and not a scientist. So, sorry, everyone. Sorry.
No,
Sorry.
you're not. Anyway, we've got this.
That leads us to the next level of the ziggurat, so to speak. And that, of course, is Marie Bilodeau. Makeup on point, as always. Looking good, Marie.
Thank you.
How are you today? How is life in the universe in your neck of the woods, and who are you playing?
I'm good. I rediscovered my stage makeup. I rediscovered once in a while, when I used to do shows before pandemic. So, I figured this is as close of a stage as I get. So here I am, full out makeup. And I'm very good. We had CanCon a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah,
It was
great.
amazing. We had great people, many great people here. And just still riding that high and also that crash all at once.
Yeah. The crash was real for a couple days afterwards. I was like, oh, man.
Couple weeks or whatever. But I'm very good, thank you. And I had some butter tarts tonight. Thank you for asking. So I am playing tonight Mirime Hawksmoor, a Kalishtar, College of Swords bard. Likes to sing, likes to poke, likes to adventure, hang out with her sister Nisiana, played by Jen, and her buddies, including the broken apart puppy. It is all beautiful. And I'm really excited for tonight. I think it's going to be fun.
It's going to be good stuff. I am excited for it and to see what Merime gets up to and whether she will continue to make apologies for the bard, the fellow bard that's in their company, who is the 80s bard, who when we start is whistling da 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 dun da 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 dun. Anyway,
you know what? I can't actually make it tonight. I'm so sorry. I got
those
confused.
butter tarts are calling my name. Yeah. Yeah. Well, listen, you wouldn't be the last person to run away screaming from Careless Whisper. Anyway, it is good to see you, Marie, as always. And it's also good to see Jen, who is sporting the excellent new hair color. I approve. Looks very good. Also sporting, as per usual, the large cat. Which is it's always very comforting, I have to say, Jen. I look away just so they can come back and there's just a big cat just there, and I'm just like, the world goes on, does whatever it does, but there's always just this big cat there, and that's very comforting in a sort of way. How are you doing with the big cat, Jen? How's life with you, and who are you playing today?
I am doing well overall. Big cats, being big cats and senile and such, are being particularly biological these days, but you know what? It's a fact of life. And he cuddles really well. He knows
you can see he did that more, but it's like, oh, yeah.
Yeah. I have a book coming out. It's actually available for pre-order. It is a space opera. And it is it is a single story told in 6 parts over 300 years, and I have the first part. And I even have a link. I've just now, of course, I don't have my glasses on, so let's hope this is the correct link.
You want me to find it otherwise?
Oh God, what is that?
Okay, I don't have your glasses on either. So.
It's a review of clover honey from Tennessee. I don't think that.
Okay. Apparently, what I just did was I cut it. I copied something else. There we go. And I was able. So True Mouse Light, first of a series, has got a bunch of really great authors, including Kevin J. Anderson, J.D. Bodden, And I don't remember the rest because my head is full of novel that my new Shadowrun that I've just started. So,
and you've got a bunch
I'm
of
doing well. And I turned it into anthology, and I'm finishing up another anthology. I'm kind of busy.
Very, very nice. I mean, listen, I don't know that there's enough at stake, though, here, Jen. In humanity's darkest hour, establish your legacy, stand your ground, free your people, protect your homeworld, and hold fast against an implacable foe. Like, what are the stakes here? What am I really trying?
Well, really, what it is it is a story about a pair of sisters who don't necessarily agree with each other.
Ah.
And they have married into families who hate each other, but the sisters still love each other. And thus,
stakes. I think I already
they stay together and they risk everything to provide a good legacy for both families.
Awesome. It seems well worth it. And when not writing awesome books and space operas of various kinds, who are you playing in our session tonight?
I am playing Nisiana DiGerasco, a halfling healer from the House of Healing. And she thinks Spanner is the bestest boy, and her sister is the bestest sister. And I'm trying to keep Farrell from being talkative, but you all might just have to hear a lot of meows.
Okay, we heard a bunch last time we played too.
Yeah, so it's all good. But always a pleasure, Jen. Glad to welcome you back again. Also glad to welcome back one Mr. John Helfers, who has been quite busy these days. Time available for him now that the Packer season is in free fall. So, I think that at this point he's had more time to focus his energies elsewhere, at creative work. And
even the Steelers are doing all right.
No, so, not that all right. My team never went up anywhere to fall from, over the last year. So,
that's fair, yes.
No, in all seriousness, how you doing, John? How's life and who are you playing today?
Now, looking forward to the game tomorrow, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It's going to be brutal, but I'm fine. So real quick, so I don't know if anyone follows on Twitter, and I can't remember the account that does it, but every so often they'll come up with shitty character creations or shitty D&D character concepts. And some of them are actually very good, like, that'd be interesting. I just came up with one, the Yacht Rock Bard. Yeah.
The Yacht Rock Bard.
Yep.
So he just walks up, his attack is just
from the 70s,
sailing. Like that's
exactly.
That's the whole.
Hey, you've got
a lot of Christopher Cross and
but you got some eagles in there, and some other stuff. It's, and you could do you can't do Zeppelin. That doesn't count. Yeah. So, right, exactly. So new kid in town who just sing every time everybody.
See, I only need to do the one line and immediately knew.
Yep. Anyways, I am doing well. So glad to be back to the game. It's been a long hiatus.
It has. I mean, we did play once last month, but it's just been one of those
that's
still like 5-6 weeks.
End of this, right, exactly. The end of this month. So it's glad to be back. I am playing the Warforged, Starforged variant with the character class of Aegis, which is kind of like living armor called Alarian, and very happy to be back here. So yeah, that's me.
Awesome. It is good to have the crew back, and it is time to talk a little bit about what we did in our last session, folks, as I move us over to the map, because in our last session, it was jam-packed, one might say. The members here of the King's Citadel, the elite group that solves problems that others cannot, all in the name of Brayland and, fighting for the king, et cetera, et cetera. The crew has stumbled across a incredibly powerful artifact known as the Oracle of War. It is a powerful artifact not just because of the ability to imbalance the military situation in favor of those who possess it, but also that it is clearly magically attuned to the Draconic Prophecy, which is the thing which controls all of destiny in Eberron and predicts all of what will eventually happen to Eberron, most believe. Through multiple adventures, the party has found this oracle, has then taken the oracle with them. They began in the town of Salvation. They have now traveled to Sharn, and they are now level 7, by the way, in the process of having done that, and are now here and have found that Sharn has its own challenges. Maybe it's a lot easier to, jump down to get a latte at your local cafe, unlike Salvation, but there are a lot of other issues, and there's a lot of ribbon stores, which, as we know, is important for certain members of this party. But that is as nothing compared to some of the intrigue they've had to deal with as well. And in this particular portion of the season, as we're moving into the end of Season 2 of Eberron Oracle of War, in Song of the Sky, what we've discovered is that the party has some of those previous loose ends, if you will, all being asked to be tied tied up at once. One of them is the character Arulin Karnak from the Emerald Claw, or presumably working for the Emerald Claw, who is an enemy of this party, and which has, because of previous run-ins in Salvation and otherwise, and may have been responsible for attacks upon Morgrave University, for attacks upon the party during ambushes of various types and so forth, and may be responsible, as we'll discover later on, for something involving aspects of, what's happening with certain heists that are going on in the area as well. But the other thing that the party has found is yet another loose end having to do with Flamewind, a gynosphinx who is a researcher at Morgrave University, and who is an expert in the Draconic prophecy. Flamewind summoned the group and explained to them that there was the prophecy that they had brought to her, that they've gathered some information, that she had gathered some information for them, and that now there is something to be said for trying to track down the person who was at the head of, or the sort of heart of this Draconic prophecy. And in fact, the line in question said, quote, "When dark lanterns flicker in the light of the silver torch, the king in green rides north on a bolt of steel. Two nations prepare for war as all eyes turn to sky blue." Now, the party dealt with part one of that prophecy line, the king in green riding north on a bolt of steel, by possibly heading off an assassination attempt. That was great. But now those two nations, Thrain and Breland, are still preparing for war, and all eyes have turned to Sky Blue. And what the party is determined, or at least believes to be the case, is that Sky Blue is actually a reference to a thief named Sky Blue, who has been responsible for a series of daring heists in the area. One of those heists took place not that far from where the party was, and so the party, with the helpful use of several sky sleds lent to them after a thrilling chase to make sure they could use them properly. It was just a safety mission, just to make sure everything was fine. No one was harmed in the making of this safety. They then took off, literally, and traveled to the hideout of Sky Blue, a beacon which was that usually sort of controls directions of airships and things like that in Sharn. But in this particular case, there was something odd about this beacon, and it turned out the reason was because it was also the hideout of this Sky Blue, but Sky Blue was not there. What they did find there, however, was a couple of other characters. Bugrilda, a brutish dwarf woman who was interrogating, and none too gently, the 80s bard known as Stormflower, who the party, probably before they heard more of the 80s music, elected to rescue. They managed to do some fast talking, convince Bugrilda that they were there to take Stormflower into custody and basically use Stormflower to get to the place where they were. Some of that was true, just not exactly who it was that had authorized them, but never mind. They managed to convince Bugrilda to let Stormflower leave in their custody. And so they left with Stormflower, who it turns out was very good friends with Sky Blue, and which explained to them that Sky was, if anything, likely to be looking for these metals that might have, at least according to Stormflower, belonged to Sky Blue's father, who fought in the last war, and that this may be the reason that she has taken these risks much greater than she might have normally, and has put herself out there so that she can track down and find these metals. Now, originally, the party going into this had decided they would use Nisiana and her connections as bait to draw out Sky Blue, and that may still be an option they wish to pursue. But the party has also gathered some other information now from the hideout. For example, this map. Let me see if I can put that out there. This map, known as, which is some kind of a heist plan, which describes this heist and the plan that she's going to apparently be using to get some more stuff from people, presumably to get those metals that we've been talking about before. So the party has a decision to make at this point. The party can try to continue their plan of baiting out the thief in some way. They can try to theoretically invade or sort of intervene, I guess might be the better statement, to intervene in this heist and basically sort of be there when the heist actually happens. Or the party could try to go to one of the locations that are shown on the stash map. And I think I think I put that out there somewhere. Yes, on this stash map. So the party might also be willing to, let me show that as well. The party might also be willing to go here theoretically and try to go to one of these places where another one of these stashes basically has been found to try to gather more information about Sky Blue. And so with all of those potentials and possibilities out there, I'm going to fire up some music and I'm going to ask the party, fire up the music now. Where's my dwarven thing?
Is this a city in the sky? No, not really.
It's a city in the sky. It's where they've already gone before they die. Okay.
Well, those wheels in the sky keep on turning, so yeah.
Steel wheels keep on. All right. That's a little bit pre 80s bar, 80s bard, you know. Okay. So with all that out there, I'm going to hand things back over to the party. What would you like to do?
Why do we still have the bard? But what are we going to do with him?
Well, it's because Bagrilda was going to beat him up and like possibly kill him, and we're like nice, even though he's annoying.
And he is a connection to Sky Blue that we didn't have before.
Yeah,
so he
so
may actually still be useful.
Is he going to tell us where she is, or are we just getting him?
He doesn't know at the moment.
He's whistling.
I need to learn a sleep spell. But
I was thinking silence, but
I was thinking cudgel. Oh.
He sort of breaks off in the middle of his whistle.
Yes, that's why he's still with us. And then there was Bagrilda's boss, Curse, anyways, that we could go talk to.
Hold on a sec. I'm being called by a griffin, otherwise known as my son. 1 second.
I think either way we should stalk, like, I don't know if we want to go to Sky Blue, if we want to go to the stash map, or if we want to go to where the heist is going to be. But I think stalking at this point, because she's obviously got a specific target in mind.
yeah, especially since we think there's this exchange of these medals between these two different characters or people. I think we were going to try and intercept that.
Yeah.
Just stop.
Well, the problem is we don't know when that heist is going to happen.
Yeah.
But here's the other thing I was thinking about. What's this guy's name again? Starflower?
Stormflower.
Stormflower. I was close.
And
okay.
he's on stream right now for your edification and amusement.
Oh God, what have you done?
Oh gee. Oh, he needs more blue like eye makeup though to be like a real like 80s bard. Like he needs some of that.
He
be
also
like
kind of needs.
And his hair's not teased enough either. I'm a little disappointed.
Absolutely ABBA his eyes to hell and back.
He starts singing "Dance All Days Love."
Shush. We are not splitting the party.
Demonetized.
I mean, Tanton's still outside on his sled with an arrow kind of pointed generally in the direction of this bard's throat, debating.
Ilarion will lower your crossbow for you.
And we're all on the sled now, I think. I think we all
Yeah, you
on
were
our
starting to head
sleds.
down on the sleds.
Yeah. But you can still aim your crossbow at him. I think the
Okay,
bard
there's no need for that nonsense.
there's no need for that, right?
He agrees. No need at all. It's certainly not.
The fact that he agrees tells me that yes, there is.
He hasn't betrayed us like those stupid explorers over back in at the zombie house, the zombie wizard house. You can point your crossbow to all you want if he does that. Okay, on that level. Once we get on the ground, Arv, we'll go to Stormflower. And the stash map was something we had to kind of memorize, right? It wasn't like was that the wall map or the floor map? One of the two.
It was right. I believe one of them you were able to take, which might have been the heist map, which was on the wall.
I think so.
And the other one was on the floor, and that I think you basically could memorize. I mean, you know, the one that I'm showing you here, the one that you can see. Hold on a second. That one right there that I've put on. I mean, like that's not very complicated. You know,
no, it's true.
Basically
it's true.
4 things. So
I asked Stormflower, if she wasn't at the place we were just at, and this one is not one of those ones, those other 4 places are all different than where we just were, right?
Correct. Right.
Where else do you think she would be?
And
what is the most likely place she would be holed up? I would consider, well, my thoughts are not your thoughts.
And he shrugs and he says, well, the problem is she hasn't given me all the information. I thought that she was going to be here. And the fact that she's not tells me that she's already gone on her way. But the thing about Skye is that what makes her so good at being a thief is that she's not incredibly predictable. She might go to all of those places or none of them to check things out. She might leave explosive devices maybe at some of them to trip anyone up who might follow her. I assume that she's been working at this heist plan. You can see the map that you took here. I assume she's been working on that, but I don't know whether that means that she's going to be going there next and actually doing it. That's the problem. She's so damn secretive all of the time. She's always keeping secrets. Keeping secrets.
Don't even.
He immediately dies off. His voice dies down. So he says, but I will say that she won't hesitate when she sets her mind to something. She's going to stay with it. She's probably already on her way doing whatever it is she was going to do next.
So you think that the metals heist is tonight now?
I don't know about if it's tonight, but my guess is that wall map is probably what she's trying to do. I would assume that she was planning to get the metals back. It was something which was important to her. Very important. Probably beyond any other score she's ever tried to make.
Just to be clear, every heist she's done has involved a Skye coach in some way, right?
I believe that's correct.
At least everyone that's been reported on, I think.
That's right. Yes, that's right. Has dealt with some kind of Skye coach. And has always been the rich, right? Like has always been the wealthy. So, yeah, she hasn't been stealing food bound for orphans, etc.
That we know of.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yet.
This one rich guy's like, I was an orphan.
I built myself from nothing.
I mean, really, exactly.
A dream.
My name's
£6 million.
My name's Oliver Twist, you uncultured boar.
Okay. So, the reason I'm asking that is since, and looking at the heist map again, since the Skye coach path takes it above this target area, it would seem to follow that either she's going to use it for ingress or egress, one of the two, maybe both. And we need to find the schedule of when that Skye coach, A, when it leaves, and B, when it gets there. And that would be, one would think, the timing of when she's going to pull off this job of hers.
Yes, but this is a fairly generic heist plan. I mean, we'd have no idea which Earl, which mansions.
That's just, and Stormflower says, that's just like her. She'd keep it as vague as possible. She was always paranoid someone would find out her information. So she would trace it out in loose details. She'd keep everything else in her head. And she has a great eye for detail, I can tell you. She remembers every chord change in the early 1980s, late 1970s hit Andrew Gold's Lonely Boy.
Be that as it may, how many... raise the crossbow back up again.
Sorry.
I mean, this is obviously going to be a wealthy part of town. How many public parks can there possibly be to check out before we find one that matches this? And again, the Skye coach path means it will not be dozens. The Skye coach path don't go over every park in the area. They can't, first of all. They go from A to V. We just need to find out what the routes are. Because, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Arm, don't they follow prescribed routes?
Yes.
Exactly.
Unless there's like a diplomatic thing where they are...
Or someone's taking a private one out.
Yeah, but usually public ones are specific routes, yes.
Exactly. That's my point. That narrows it down.
Just to remind people to that Earl, that's the seagull. Her seagull was named Earl.
Oh, right.
I just saw my name, Seagull Earl. I'm like, what? And I just worked through that for the past 5 minutes. So there you go. I'm just sharing that again.
Exactly. I still think it's very doable. The only question is, and plus it's near a landing. There's a sky coach landing near this place. That also narrows it way down. So actually, this place should not be that hard to find. She left enough clues. It should not be easy to find, or it should not be difficult to find at all.
Yeah, especially the big mirror, like the big window with the benches. Like it feels like it's a specific type of park.
The
right
window
there.
is the window of opportunity.
Yeah, that's her time frame to get in, do what she needs to do, and get out.
Hey, I figured out the seagull, so I'm good. That's what I got to contribute. You guys have got this.
I've done my part.
Immediately made me think that
Ah,
we need to commission him to sing the song "Goodbye, Earl" when we kill the seagull.
Wow.
I don't want to kill the seagull.
That's
no, we're
okay.
not going to. We're gonna make friends with it.
And he says, and assuming you're saying this out loud to each other, Stormflower is like, you realize that Earl is not a normal seagull, yes?
No, tell us
What
about
is it,
Earl.
like a were seagull?
He's an awakened seagull. It was after the last war. He's the last surviving messenger of the 10th Avian, last surviving member of the 10th Avian Messengers. He was awarded the Silver Star for bravery. And, well, it was Sky's father, Jera, the one with the medals that she's trying to get back, I think. Well, he was the one who nursed Earl back to health. So, well, she often refers to him as her uncle.
Interesting.
Learn something new every
Okay,
day.
well then that's another point in not killing Earl and making friends with said seagull to try and stop the situation without hurting anybody or causing a war while possibly getting her family medals back.
What we need
somehow.
are some, yeah, we need some McDonald's French fries, and we're gonna get that seagull.
God,
Sorry.
just throw them on the dashboard. Seagull just can't get through the windshield. Oh, da, 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 da.
Which one of you is smart?
Oh,
Oh, wait a minute. We've got sky sleds, sail sleds. What are they called?
Soar sled. Yeah, I misspoke. It was soar sleds, or what they're called.
Yeah, we do, and we're
Yes.
great at them.
So some better than others, but yeah. And what area of town are we in now, Arv? I've forgotten.
So you are in the, I believe, let's go to the-
Skyway.
yeah. You're in the Skyway, and let me get rid of these maps for a second. And let's switch over to the Cutaway map. Right here. Yeah, so you were in the Skyway, basically between the Skyway and the Upper City, really. The Skyway basically is where these top and where most of these beacons are found as well. So you are now sinking into the lower, because the tower is above you, you're sinking into the lower level of the Skyway, basically.
But this is also the
Sounding
rich
like
part.
Murlocs, apparently.
Yeah, this is also the richer part of town, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So we're up
Okay.
here rather than
Yeah,
upper
but sort of at the bottom of that, though. But
yeah,
yes.
yeah. So,
okay.
hold on a second. Where's the sky? Hang on. Open. It said open. I can't open the newspaper. I needed to see something real quick.
Oh, let me see if I can pull that
No,
up.
I have it. It just for some reason doesn't feel like opening. Oh wait, maybe I need to drag it over.
This one here, what are you talking about?
The Song of the Sky one.
Yes.
Why is it?
Sky Blue steals again.
Yeah. Why am I not able to open that?
I don't know, but I showed it all to players, and I popped up the thing in on the stream again.
Blah 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 blah. Thank you. There we go. Sailing from Brilliant. Where's Brilliant again? Sailing from Brilliant.
Well, she was stealing from Brilliant. I actually think I need to double check, but I'm not sure that Brilliant is in Sharn. But hold on a second.
No, she was sailing from
From
Brilliant.
it to Sharn, I think. Brett, let me
Yeah, which is interesting.
hold on though, because I may be wrong about that. Now the Eberron people will be like, "What?"
Evaded the Sharn Watch repeatedly. Blah 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 blah. It sounds like.
Let me
it's-
double check. No, it is. I'm
Okay,
sorry. I take that
okay.
back. I take that back. It is. It is in fact a settlement. I don't think you would know this off the top of your head, Ilarion, but
No.
I'm thinking that Nisiana or well, actually any of the other three of you probably would. And that is that it is a district which is almost silent. There are these incredible mansions and exquisite shops and things like that up there. But one of the things that it's known for is a temple to the sovereign host, which, as you may remember, are the deities most commonly worshipped by the majority of Corvair's population. And it's a whole group, like the host as a pantheon, basically, that is part of this. So it's kind of one of the most popular mainstream, I guess I would say, religions. So that is in Charn.
But it was the other one, and I just had to restart Roll20 to make it work. Skycrime score.
Ooh.
Sorry, you just roboted out.
Skyway. Okay, that's where I needed to know. Oh,
You roboted out. Say again.
source in Skyway.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let me check my internet here. No, it's not great. Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear it.
Okay,
We're all good.
all right. Skycrime soars in Skyway. Save that five times fast. Anyway, so the point is she's doing her crimes in Skyway, so Skyway is probably where that other park is. So Valerian votes to go back up there and start searching overhead along the Skyway routes to find this park.
Sure. But we should probably drop off the bard before one of us loses our patience.
He starts going.
Looking at Tantan.
Except if we were to take him with, Josh. If we were to take him with, it would be a symbol to Sky Blue that we are allies, not enemies necessarily, because we have him with us.
So, Stormflower, your talents are excellent at distracting people, correct?
I believe so.
And we are a group of people who need to be really focused right now.
Well, I won't distract you. I would only distract others. In fact, I can provide some much-needed distraction to your enemies. I even have the ability, and he winks and taps his boot, to keep up with you without the need for those sleds of yours.
Really?
And he nods.
Okay.
And he says, if you wish, I would be willing to accompany you and to help, but only on one condition. I can't have you harming Sky. I know she makes mistakes. I know she does foolish things, but she's my friend, and she's not a bad person. In fact, she helps people most of the time. So you need to promise you won't hurt her.
That is not our intention to hurt her. Our intention is to keep her from accidentally starting a war, which is what she may be doing right now.
Sky? Sky doesn't start wars, accidentally or not.
It's complicated.
Small actions cause big ripples.
Oh. Well, that's...
And what she is doing and might be about to do may cause an avalanche. So we want to stop her and talk to her. We do not want to hurt her.
Well, if that's the case, then I would say our partnership is assured. In fact, I was going to let you know, and then he does a tick-a-tick-a-boom. Your orator came very close to his death at the hands of a barbarous dwarf with bad breath. But heroes from yonder did save him from harm. A light in the towering shadows of Sharn. Yeah, that's only the first verse. I had to do a little bit of work. There's something off about the internal rhyme. But you have inspired me, and I will help you as best I can. And I can do so, as I say, without the need of this sled. And he, looking at you with a wink, steps right off the sled. But instead of plummeting to his death, he just stops. And then you notice that his boots are glowing, and he's just kind of hovering next to the sled.
Remind me which sled he was on and just unbalanced?
I don't actually remember what
It was
sled
on mine.
Yeah. Okay.
I felt personally responsible as a bard.
Yeah, so
Okay.
your sword sled kind of rocks a little bit, but he winks and smiles, and then he just says, "You need a flying bard." That's
I'm
not quite
very
it.
surprised we haven't heard of
Defying
you
gravity.
beforehand.
That's it. That will be a huge hit in a couple thousand years.
I'm I'm glad I went College of Swords. I'll just ping that to my sister.
While still smiling at him, right? Like just to like, you know, like
All right. Well, that certainly could be useful indeed. So
That
right now we need to get above Skyway and start looking for likely parks that are overlaid by an airship route.
I hate to suggest it, but would it be worth it to also go check some of the marked areas in case we can get like more intel about her or even a spotting of her while others try to find the park? I hate to suggest it, and yet I smile as I suggest it.
Were those all in Skyway as well, Arv?
let's see. Well, let's pop the maps back up. So, okay. So the 4 places in question. So let's see. The Stargazer Theater. The short answer to that is no, not all of them. And this is something between you and Stormflower. You can probably figure out where all of these are. So,
Right.
let's see. For example, the Stargazer Theater, I think, is up here. All right, just a second here. Yeah, so the Stargazer Theater is actually in Upper Memphis, so not quite all the way up there, but is pretty high up, relatively speaking. The Griffin Stables, which is the Hollow Tower, the Hollow Tower for Eberron is also in Middle Tavik's Landing, so it's also would be at that same. It would be kind of in the middle levels, I think, is basically where that is. The Fallen Bridge, I think, is lower than this, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's fallen.
It's by definition, right? Yeah, the Fallen Bridge, you're not 100% sure about this, but probably, yeah, your guess would be that it would be in a lower district. And then the last one is that Soup Kitchen.
I also expect to be in the lower district, to be honest.
Right?
Yeah, I have to find where it doesn't actually
No,
specify.
rich people
so
need
just-
soup. Need soup too, but they get it served to them.
Let's see. So this would. Right. This would be Lower Tavik Settlement. And actually, that's what it would refer to is Lower Tavik's Landing.
Oh yeah.
And
hey,
Lower
okay.
Tavik's Landing is where the lightning rail actually comes in there. And so that's usually more towards that would be on this map somewhere in the middle city, I believe. Wait a second. No, I'm sorry, Lower City. Lower City, Tavik's Landing is over to the east of the map, as you can see.
Yep.
So that's where it would be. So yeah, they're not all in Skyway.
Well, my only question with that is while off somewhere else, she may be pulling the heist today, and we would not even know it had happened until it was already too late.
Mm-hmm.
So certainly the ones in the lower city, I just can't see taking that much time to go down there and then be back up here. I don't know. So I'm still in favor of trying to find the park area and staking that out.
Does she travel like we are? Does she have a little shore sled?
Soar sled.
Shore sled, thank you.
And Stormflower says, well, she's certainly good at using those. Yes, she can do that. Sometimes she can stow her way onto one of the sky coaches or even a lightning rail if she needs to. But yeah, most of the time the soar sled is the easiest way to get around the city quickly and without attracting too much notice if you know what you're doing.
Arv, since I spent quite a bit of time in Sharn and more or less grew up in it.
Yep.
When I look at all of these things, can I identify a pattern of stash places or kind of where the park might be? Like, do I get kind of a sense of what's happening? Because I'm assuming that if she's gonna follow through a plan or go a certain places, like how are these things linked, or even just geographically, or
The only thing that seems likely to you, these are all different places, as we said, and most of them different levels of Sharn. The only thing that seems clear to you, Merime, is that the heist that they're talking about, especially when you're dealing with a Sky Coach, means it certainly has to be happening in Skyway, also because of the
Okay.
wealth of the place. It just doesn't make sense that it would take place anywhere else unless she's using this to throw you off the scent, which is possible. Throw whoever came to the hideout off the scent. But assuming that's not the case, then the only thing that makes sense is the Skyway. The rest of these ones are all ones that you know from different levels of Sharn in the city, but you don't know what that means. They could be spots where she's keeping treasure, or she's got like locations or contacts or something. They're just four
Right.
important areas, and then, of course, the Skyway itself. So the only thing you know for sure is the Sky Coach thing is the heist has got to be taking place somewhere in Skyway. You would be almost sure.
Okay. It. Oh, sorry, Chen, you were gonna say something. Maybe.
So, you bard person,
Yes.
clearly you have some skill with some form of magics, right?
That would certainly be the case, he says with
Right.
a smile hovering.
Mm-hmm. And can you create illusions?
On occasion, I have been known to produce certain illusory effects.
Mm-hmm.
And then he strums. And,
Then I have a challenge for you.
and it's a thing appears in front of him, and he starts saying, you hear, abra, abra, cadabra, do-do-do.
Mhm, yeah.
And he starts playing that. Wanna reach out? Then he stops. Yes.
The challenge I would put before you, produce an image of what sky blue looks like for us.
And he nods solemnly, and he says, well, can I produce an image? And he sort of thinks about it. And then he sort of nods, and he says, very well. If you'll look over there. And he says, fortunately for all of you, I've recently written a heroic ode to Sky Blue, and I had her picture there as inspiration. I do this for all of my friends. It's just, I'm a very giving person. That's the sort of thing I like
Must
to
be
do.
a very exclusive list, I have no doubt.
And he says, yes, only several pages long. It took a while to cull it, but... and then he starts playing, Sky Blue, we're coming for you. And you see a picture begin to appear of this image of Sky Blue. And he goes on, a band of brave heroes, and I'm coming too. And he says, I love that line. You see, it individualizes me, but also makes me part of a group. And her clothes start to appear a little bit more, and you see more of her starting to show up. And then she says, blazing a trail where no one seems to care, soaring through Sharn on a wing and we're halfway there. Oh, living on a... And so, and...
I'm gonna assume he's really good, actually.
What do you mean, actually? Suggesting that I'm not. I see how it is. No, I'm just kidding. I may be deliberately faking the 80s part.
Considering I actually adore Bon Jovi and actually went to the reunion concert,
Oh, nice.
the first one in Seattle. Yeah. I love you, very, but you're no Bon Jovi.
I'm no Bon Jovi. Well,
gonna
certainly when
ping
I'm
my-
faking it out, I'm not doing so.
No kidding.
But I'm like, he is actually a decent singer, right?
Yes.
We're not like actually in pain. Okay.
I'm gonna ping my sister telepathically and say, if ever I get this annoying, you can totally just push me off whatever is the highest thing near you. Like, please.
I will tell you if you get like that.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I may actually have an actual picture for you. Give me just a second, because I think there is one that I can use.
When you started describing how it was the image was starting to appear, I just imagined it, being drawn by a offhanded by a drunken wombat or something, and just like with one of those jumbo crayons, just
I thought you were going to say it was more like the sort of the Cheshire Cat thing or whatever, but
Mm.
no, it's actually just yeah, Fisher Price, my first illusion, yeah. So let's see. I know I have a picture.
It's like the what was it? Spitting Image, when they did the Land of Confusion video for Genesis.
Yeah.
So everybody's like super exaggerated.
I remember when that thing first came out. That was a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you see we on the land of confusion? Okay.
Demonetized.
And demonetized. Oh, that's funny. I just found a fan like art version of it, which is very cute, but actually not. Okay. Not for our purposes. That's not going to be helpful. Okay. Yes, I do have one. So let me just get that captured and send to all of you. With the power of snipping tool. Power of snipping tool compels you. Okay. Thank goodness for Windows snipping tool, by the way.
Yes.
It's been telling us for several years that it's, quote, moving, and it keeps not doing it, and I keep being made nervous by moving where exactly, because we really
Phoenix.
yeah. It's nice this time of year. Okay. It's not nice in the summer, but
it's still a desert.
yeah, well, that's fair enough. Okay, so, yep, I got it. Captured just fine. Eberron, and put it in this folder here. Okay. Okay, it's an action photo too. All right, I'll be popping this up right here on the stream. Okay, and it looks something like this.
You have to say that like Frankenfurter. Like this?
Like this? Yeah, that's right. There we go. So, as I said, an action photo, agile, moving quickly, and that's the image. And he, as he's sort of looking at this, he says, "That's always the image that I have of her. She's always on the move, always leaping from this platform to that platform, jumping, risking herself, but never to this extent, never to where I felt she was being reckless until now. But anyway, that's who she is. She's also not as bad as a second harmony part."
All right.
I don't know if she's in the next Spider-Verse movie, Rudno. That's reasonable. So yes, so that's her. Okay, so now that you have that info, what would you folks like to do with it? Was that a throw? The throw
that was
done
me
in purpose?
trying to figure out if Tangent realized something.
Okay.
And
Well,
he didn't
it's
right
either-
away, but he will. Go
It's
ahead.
either up, run around, or down. So, Illyrian still votes for up.
I agree. If we're up, we have nowhere to go but down. That's easy.
Well, just remember to try and stay within 30 feet of me.
I mean, we can start looking for the park if you think that's the best way to go.
I think that might be the best. If she is as stubborn and as insistent on needing these medals for her family, she's probably going to do it as soon as possible. Especially if she's got people in low places looking for her and she knows it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, a simple way to start would be how many sky coaches go over Skyway, and then it's the sky coach path, right? So it's going to be under one of those near a sky coach landing. So how many of them about go over are like we must have an idea, right?
Well,
I mean, they do change they have changed the timetable on and off through the years,
Right.
Mermaid. I'm not sure that you would be like up on the current, because even since you've been back here, you didn't take a sky coach in, you don't usually do those. So you could certainly try to find out, but
I mean, do you all want to just head up to Skyway and try to figure out the sky coach paths and follow a couple of them and see what we see, or?
How many sky coach landings are there in the Skyway, on Skyway?
there are probably 3 or 4.
Oh, that's not bad.
But the question is like where, which are being used at what time, because they have to, they obviously coordinate mostly magically so that they don't have sky coaches running into each other all the time.
That would be bad.
Because that would.
Is there some sort of posted schedule in the Skyway somewhere?
There might be, yes, and you could try to find that. Probably would be at one of those
or
landings.
mentioned stations. Yeah, landings, exactly.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. I mean, also the other thing is too that you could probably, if you looked at a map, be able to figure out which paths go over what parks. I mean, you could probably figure that out too, because there's only probably about 3 routes up here, let's say, and then there's only so many parks. So
Exactly. So let's go to the nearest Skyway, sky ship landing, whatever the hell it's called, where you take off from these things and then start our search from there.
that sounds like a
Let's do it.
okay.
And if we're not lucky, she's already done it. If we are lucky, we will run into her in the middle of everything and then do damage control.
Okay. All right. So let's see. I think what I will probably do is have. Well, Stormflower can direct you. Now that I think of it, can probably direct you to one of them. So he directs you to probably the closest one to where you are, which isn't all that far away. It probably takes you about 5 minutes or so to get to that via Slore Sled. And it allows you to determine where these things triangulate. Basically, the sky coaches, there's one like entry point into Skyway, and then there is essentially a 3-part. There are 3 spots that are linked by a triangle of routes that all go around the Skyway. So people pick up there, go into the Skyway, then it goes to the one route that then leads back out of the Skyway and goes elsewhere. Sometimes goes directly to other cities, actually, not even in Sharn itself, but it's like there's a triangle attached to a line, basically, that leads into it. And so as you're looking at this, you can sort of look, if you wish, at the schedule on the map. And if you're right about this, it looks like the latest sky coach departed from this spot, headed to its destination about 5 minutes ago or so. And it should take, if all goes well, about 10 to 15 minutes to get from there to its next part of the destination. So its next spot, next angle within the triangle, if you will.
Are there any sky coach captains here on break?
Not that you see. Obviously, you could ask around. It'll take time. But you don't see any obviously just sort of standing around going, oh, how about you? Discussion with each other.
No, but they could be sitting there going, I'm having my coffee. Piss
There
off.
isn't. There are attendants, of course. So there's those.
We could speak with them.
I'm just wondering if we showed them a general copy of this map. Have you ever seen this space when you're looking down while you're flying about anywhere? But if there's no one here to ask, then there's no one here to ask.
Well, there's some attendants. Do you want me to ask one of them?
Timing is getting tight, but sure.
I can quickly. I want to pick an attendant that looks the friendliest. Perhaps a little bored and would like to chat.
Just sitting there.
Okay. Well, you see
And
one
he's
that
the
seems
friendly one.
You see one that seems fresh-faced enough. Actually, a halfling, looking very smart, brass buttons and cap, and sort of looks at you and says, "Hello, yes. I'm afraid that you've just missed the last Sky Coach, but there should be another one heading out this way. And let's see." And he checks his pocket watch from his vest. I would say another half hour. There should be another one arriving to head out.
Oh, no, that's okay. I mean, I'll get the next one. Thank you so much for being so helpful. Listen, I was wondering if you can help me. I'm new to the area and I'm just a little bit confused as to where I'm heading right now. Now, I'm meeting a friend near one of the landings, and I know there's a park right beside it, like a pretty park with mansions and there's benches. And do you know which one that would be? I'm so sorry.
Well, there's nothing that, I mean, the Sky Coach goes over parks, of course, but I don't think there are any landings at the park. Hi, JLC, also in chat. Hi.
Are there any parks the Sky Coach goes over near landings?
Well,
Best smile.
there's Gold Leaf, and I suppose there's Cloudpool Park. That's not all that far from here, but the coach would probably be there any minute if that's the one that you're looking for.
Cloudpool Park.
Yes, it's made from made of clouds, of course, solidified clouds, like many things up here. And there are gold benches under the trees. That's what made me think of it when you said it. Those are pretty prominent, I suppose. But the coach will be almost there by now.
Do you have the map?
Yeah,
Rene?
I'll show him. Does it look like this?
And he looks down. Well, yes, and there's a gazebo. Who's Earl?
Oh, it's just a nickname for a friend. Thank you. You were really great. That's Cloudpool Park. Just that way.
Yes, it's not that far from a landing, actually, I suppose.
Okay. Thank you. You were so helpful. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
You as well. And he looks a little bit confused as you head off, kind of whispering Earl to himself. Also, hi, Rock God. How you doing, man? And hi, Chelsea. So.
I'm gonna go. Let's
Pretty
go.
much, yeah.
Okay.
Zoom.
Zoom. Okay. So you're trying to catch up to that. Okay. So let's see. You go at top speed, as fast as you possibly can, zipping through things, dodging around occasional ones.
Say that once. Say that once.
Say once. Say again. What'd you say?
Danger zone.
Buzz it down.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. And as you're going along, Stormflower is yelling at you.
Stormflower should love that one.
I'm learning to fly, but I ain't got wings. As he's flying along.
Well, he'll certainly be a distraction.
And when you arrive at the park, you get there probably, I would say, even going at top speed, it probably takes about another 7-8 minutes. And by the time you arrive, definitely something has happened here. The park, in fact, is in an uproar, and there are concerned city folk gathered around a crashed Sky Coach. Its disheveled occupants down below are struggling to right it. And nearby, you can see there are obviously officers from the Sharn Watch who are questioning onlookers about the crash.
Is anyone flying away that we can see?
Why don't you make a perception check for me, please?
You're going to ask for that? Okay.
Can I also make a perception check?
Yeah, can we all kind of look around?
Sure. But I mean, you should tell me what you're specifically. Are you just like looking at
That
the
is
world,
exactly what
or-
I'm looking around for.
Okay.
And I got to 23, so.
Oh, I don't even feel the need.
So when you look about, you don't see anything. You don't see anything relative to that. You don't see anything relative to anything flying away, but you do notice that there are more than like as you're just sort of kind of flying around the area, because I assume you're circling a bit.
We can hover, right?
You can, although now the question is, I should have asked that before actually. If you're hovering, you are going to attract notice. I mean, even if Stormflower doesn't decide to sing you the ballad of the Edmund Fitzgerald or something, you're still going to be like hovering nearby above everyone else after there was just something that happened in the sky. So you will attract some notice. I mean, I'm just letting you know, you could also try to circle out of the way, but the watch is down there and all that. So
Yeah, but they can't fly, so screw them.
That you know of.
Yeah, that they know of. All right, I'll keep moving then, but like at half speed, like slow to half speed, like a rubbernecker, basically.
okay. Half speed. Okay.
Yeah.
As you're floating around with that check, you can see that there is, in fact, the crashed sky coach. But you can also see that, and there's people, and they're all sort of like yelling at each other. You notice that there doesn't look to be any like medical personnel on the scene. At least you don't think so. It looks there's a bunch of people holding instruments, like there was a band that had been playing or something like that, maybe in the gazebo or something, which has all been like completely disrupted now. But the other thing you note, and then I see you, Nisian, I'll get to you in 1 sec. The other thing that you note is that if you're not mistaken, there are multiple places and like cloaks on the ground as if they were dropped by people who were making like, haha, I'm here, and then like trying to make, like revealing themselves from the crowd. But the thing is, you would expect to see like one of those, right? Because it would be hers.
Right.
But there's more than one. There are multiple cloaks that have been dropped on the ground.
As if people have been mixed in with the crowd?
Right. As if there was more than sky blue here.
Oh, like a sting operation.
You don't know, but
Well,
Or
that would
another
explain why the
gang.
guard was hearing us. But why did the sky coach crash? That's the question. I think I have to land. I think I have to land and go down there.
Well, that is actually my focus, is that there are actually injured people.
okay.
And my focus is getting down there as a member of House Caniff to find out why one of our skyships has
Yeah,
crashed.
what- My God, the cost of this all.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so if all of you are going to get to the bottom, you
Yeah.
can see Stormflower sort of gives off a relieved, like, she's not there. I can tell. At least she didn't get hurt. And you'll be able to see for yourself. I'll bet she didn't hurt any of those people down there either. And as you land, you can definitely see that
The
there.
damage to House to Kenneth's wallet will be considerable, sir. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the sky coach is kind of a mess. That is definitely true. So when you land there, you can see again all the things that I previously mentioned. Do you want to like go to a particular group of people to talk to them? Because the watch is talking to some people. You can see some others trying to lift the coach back up into its upright position. There's band members wandering about with trombones. Like who would you like to talk to?
Is there anyone trying to get the watch or talking to the watch who looks like nobility who might have had something stolen from them?
There does indeed look like there are a couple of. First of all, thank you, JLC, for the tier 3 sub. That is really kind of you, JLC. Thank you as always. Subscribe for 18 months as well. Thank you, JLC. And yes, have a happy Halloween as well. I hope if you have to take off, I hope I'll see you Monday night for the Halloween Edgar Allan Poe reading special that we'll be doing. But thank you, JLC, so much. So, so as you can see, in fact, that there are a couple of people that are, looks like nobles that are talking to members of the watch, yes.
That is where I'll be heading.
Okay. Marame, Tanton, Nisiana, what about you? Tanton, are you running to the coach? I've got to help it. Okay.
Basically, I mean,
I can save it.
So you're
I am
gonna-
headed towards the injured.
Okay. You don't
Because
know
there
that you
are no-
see any injured, Nisiana, although there are definitely people who look like in shock, just like sitting on the ground, but you don't see anyone obviously injured, but
Okay, well, I will be coming in saying, I'm a healer. Does anybody need help?
okay. Marame, what about you?
I'm gonna get the goss.
You're going to get
Gossip. That's what the cool kids call it.
the
Arv. Get
goss.
with it.
Sorry.
The goss.
I need the deets.
I'm gonna get the goss. I'm gonna look
Um,
for people who are like, obviously onlookers, people who like to just
Oh,
kind of
God,
talk
okay.
about everything and the goss.
See,
Come
he
on,
picked that
guys.
up late too. I was just like, the what?
look, I'm older than all of you. Yes, it took me a minute.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm gonna see what people say.
Okay.
What was seen and what wasn't.
Let's take that. Let's see, one step at a time. Let's go with Alarian first, and I'll work around. So, Alarian, when you get over there, you can see. Now, are you like walking right up? Excuse me, like pushing the yacht?
No. I'm actually no, nothing like that. I actually just want to eavesdrop on the conversation, which is kind of ridiculous for a 7'6", mechanical man to do.
Seriously,
they're actually just hovering, literally, because
yes.
it's 3 inches off the ground, nearby, trying to overhear what is being said. That's all.
Okay.
Adjust your armor so it's like.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. I like that you're just hovering casually. It's
exactly.
like the Assassin's Creed games where you walk among the people to blend among them. Except Alarian is like a foot and a half above them, but just like, oh, I'm totally one of these people.
They'll never see me here.
Make a perception check for me, please. Actually, I'll tell you what, Alarian. I will, I'm going to make a little bit of what we would call a devil's bargain in another game system. If you want to get really close to definitely hear it, if you take the risk to do it, you're going to need to make a deception check. But if you pass it, it means that you'll be able to hear without making an additional perception check. Otherwise, you're going to need to make a perception check to get close enough to hear what's being said.
A deception or a stealth check?
No deception, because you need to explain why you're hanging around near a group of people without listening into them.
I see.
Because I assume you're not like trying to crouch behind bushes.
Well,
to get
no,
up to them, like...
that's just silly, sir. My perception is much higher than my deception, so I'm just gonna take the perception check. Actually,
okay.
Yeah, that makes much more sense to me.
Okay.
Not so good this time. Only an 11.
Only bits and pieces. You pick up something about that there was there was smoke. Suddenly there was a lot of smoke, and then there was a bunch of people, and that the ship was knocked over, and then thief. There's something about a thief. The only other thing that you pick up is that there were a lot of them flew away. You hear at one point, a lot of them.
Llamas and garbage disposal and Elton John.
And then, right, exactly. And then you hear a bunch of things about trying to figure out the lyrics to Blinded by the Light. Like, what the hell is the guy saying in the second verse? Like, that's really how it feels to you.
It's deuce, people. It's deuce.
No.
This is what I'm saying. Okay. So that's what you pick up from it, Alarian.
That's close enough. All right. Well, then it sounds like already gone. However, I am also, while listening to that, I'm also scanning the crowd in case Sky Blue was crazy enough to hang around the scene of her crime, which is unlikely. But in case anybody looks to be like an onlooker on the edge, but is watching with kind of really overt interest, basically. You know what I mean?
Yep. It doesn't seem. I mean, nothing is obvious to you as of yet, but you can continue to scan the crowd.
All right. Well, as long as they're not accosting me, I'm going to hang here for like a minute or so.
Okay.
All right.
Tantin, I believe you were the next to move. You were heading over at the same time to check out the Sky Coach. So the Sky Coach is definitely, as was previously said, like kind of crashed over on its side. It definitely, a couple things to note, Tantin, which you don't even need to make checks for to notice. When you get up, you can see that the front of the coach is basically caved in, as if the pilot basically somehow accidentally or otherwise like drove it into the ground, like just sort of dive bomb type of thing. You can see that the back is pretty much intact. And that the seats were pretty much preserved, which explains why nobody was really badly injured or hurt. And that the pilot, who you think might be one of the people trying to right the ship, the pilot looks like he might have a small cut on their forehead, but otherwise seems to be in pretty decent shape. It's a human. And some of the passengers seem to be helping as well, or maybe even a couple of like the crew. Sky coaches, by the way, as a note to everybody, Sky coaches are fairly not that big. There's like maybe 12 to 15 people usually you can fit in a Sky coach, so it's not like a bus where you could fit 100 people or something. It's pretty small, and that's why it's so expensive, and it's for the elite, usually that use these Sky coaches. So this is not a huge ship. So the crew would be 1 or 2 people. But anyway, so when you come over, they're still working to,
How big is it? Better question. How much does it weigh? Would you estimate?
It would probably be, I'm trying to think what a 15-foot yacht would weigh. I don't know. I'm bad at figuring out weights on that.
Regardless.
500 pounds? I don't know.
That's fine. That's so when Tanton comes over there and he's like, let me help. And as he puts his hands on the
That would be 2,000 pounds without the trailer.
I was afraid about that. I was way off. Okay, so 2,000 pounds, all right.
yeah, so he puts his hands on the side of the hull, and all the dragon mark tattoos for House Cannith light up.
And the pilot says, "Oh no, wait a minute. What are you doing?" He looks a little disoriented.
Just continue to lift, and he's going to cast Tensor's floating disc underneath it to alleviate like 500 pounds worth of the weight to lift up, so they can right it.
And so, sure enough, like you do that, and they're like, "Ugh," and then they kind of push, and then it sort of moves into its typical upright, vaguely hovering position. But it's very much like, a sad parade float at the end of the parade where it's kind of like bonking into the ground repeatedly. That's sort of what it is. And the pilot says, "Thank you. I appreciate the assistance."
What happened?
What happened? We were attacked. We were moving along, and all of a sudden we were flying along, and I was above the park, and then there was an explosion, or a bunch of them, and this music stopped, and all of a sudden there were trumpets and trombones blasting something. I didn't understand it, and then smoke everywhere. There was just smoke on the deck, and the guards were yelling, and I was blinded. I didn't know where I was going, and I aimed down, and I aimed too close to the ground, and then landed here. I managed to pull up in time to avoid disaster, but my eyes are still stinging from it. You can see his eyes are kind of red. There's no smoke now, Tanton, that you can see. Seems to have cleared quickly.
So the explosions that you mentioned, did they take place on board the Sky Coach? Or...
No, they were down below. There was confusion. Something hit over by that gazebo, and he points towards the gazebo, and there were these explosions and then music, and the knights, the guards on the Sky Coach, were all looking down, and I was peering over to see what had happened, and then smoke on the deck of our ship, and then you know the rest.
Thank you. And he turns and heads back. As he's going to see if anyone else in the crowd has one of those feather tokens.
Make a perception check for me, please, while you're doing that then. All right, yes, clearly the yacht is bigger than 500 pounds, since I've been now told a French door fridge and Andre the Giant are both 500 pounds. Fine, all right? The yacht is bigger than Andre the Giant, all right?
I would hope so.
Weight and measure nerds. Okay, fine, I get it. Like,
said perception?
Yes, perception. Listen, if Andre the Giant ever shows up here, you'll know. Wow. So, Tanton, you are fairly confident because you can see they're dressed in, these are mostly nobles, finery, except for the band musicians. But all of them are, you see different kind of like, marks and brooches and stuff like that, but no feathers. No, almost certainly not. Though, again, even with that perception, it's not like the place goes wireframe. Like there may be people behind, like behind another person, but from your looking through the crowd, it's not like there's hundreds here. You don't see anyone with a feather, no. Okay, as you're going back, that leads us, I think, to Nisiana, who is going over to talk to some of the stunned people, I guess, that are on the ground.
I'm basically looking to see who needs help, how bad they are, assess the situation. Is it just a medicine check, or do I actually need to bust out some healing? Which I will happily do, because that is my thing.
It appears, as you're walking along, as you're getting close, these people are sort of staring about each other. Occasionally they kind of like you can see their hair is disheveled. A couple of them have like ripped tunics and things like that. And maybe a cut or two here and there, very minor, but it looks like these people have mostly escaped unscathed. They look very much like, they've been through it. Like some of them look like they're in shock, but you don't see anyone that looks obviously injured.
I basically stop at the ones with the cuts and talk to them and take a look, identify myself as a healer and make sure that they're okay. If they have attendants with them, tell the attendants how to take care of the cuts, etc.
Okay. You do that, they're some of them thank you gratefully. Some of them don't even say anything. They're just kind of like staring off into space. But your ministrations are welcomed by most of them. And as you're sort of going around from group to group, small group to small group, looking at them, I would like you to make an kind of a check. Yeah, why not? Make a medicine check for me, please.
I rolled a 1.
Wow.
Except I believe in myself.
You do. You should.
You can't believe in yourself. Who can you believe in?
Apparently, I.
There you go. You're like, no, I meant this. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that bone needs to go this way.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Nisiana, there is this there's this very, very faint, slightly sulfurous scent in the air. Very faint, as of smoke. But you can't see anything now, and it's fading fairly quickly, but you definitely sort of smell it around the ship, maybe around some of the people that are sitting on the ground even.
It's not like fireworks, is it?
It might be. Yeah, it might be.
Because that's the only thing that I can think of that would cause smoke, stun with like noise, and have a smell like that. But again, I wasn't in the war. I basically asked, well, niece, actually nobody's with me, so I can't ask anybody. So never mind.
You can ask the nobles in shock.
I'm like, oh, well, I will ask them things like, what happened? What did you see?
So they tell you more or less some of the same things that I just explained to Tanton, although the one difference is none of them know anything about like, anything like the band, like any explosions or anything, but they do know, some of them report having heard little like pop, 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 pop sounds, and then the trombones and the trumpets going off like, like as if the music just sort of stopped all of a sudden, as if something happened, and then smoke. And it was hard to see, and it was kind of a little hard to breathe. And then the Sky Coach pitched forward, and they ended up here.
Are any of these people from on the ground that I can talk to? What the people on the ground see?
Sure. You could probably find out about that. In fact, if you want, that's what your sister is doing, and you could go over and actually check with her, while she's doing that, if you wish.
I will do that after after I make sure everybody's okay, and if I see the pilot, if he actually is injured, I will offer to heal.
Okay. Yeah, he has a little bit of a cut as well, so he will accept your assistance with gratitude, and shakes his head and he says, 12 years I've been flying, 12 years. And nothing like this has ever happened. I cannot even imagine. What will they think of me? I'll be lucky if I still have a job within the week.
You kept the carriage from damaging any of the homes, any of the people. You landed in the safest place possible.
I appreciate it, but I don't think that my employers will see it that way. To think that these people would have, they would have gotten what they wanted. Well, they've gotten it after all. I should have realized that nothing would keep her away from something like this.
I don't understand.
Well, look for yourself. And he points to the deck of the ship, which is now pretty much empty. And he says, there used to be a strong box on there. Well, 6 guards. Here are my guards, and he points around into the 6 guards, which look in various degrees of annoyance and or sheepishness. He says, and do you see a strong box in any of them?
I look.
No, you do not, is the answer to that.
Well, maybe you should open one of the 2 of them up.
Was it a heavy strong box? Could one person have taken it?
It was not a heavy one. It was a small one, and it was held by this one, and he kind of nods towards one of the guards, who at the moment is speaking to the Sharn Watch.
Okay. Does he look dazed at all?
The pilot? No, he looks pretty despondent, though. Apparently, he really believes that his...
talking to the watch.
The guy is talking to the watch. Does he look dazed? I don't know that you can tell that from here, Nisiana. You'd probably need to go up and get closer to them.
Okay. Then I will actually continue heading. I'm going to check each of the guards because I'm going to assume that they got a big snootful of whatever the smoke was.
Okay.
And I want to make sure they weren't poisoned or they're just, if it's just a daze thing.
Okay.
And I will make my way over to the guy talking to the watch.
Okay. While you're doing that, then, Marame, you have been working the crowd, and what are you trying? Like, give me a sense of the questions you're asking and what information you're trying to gather.
I'm not caring so much about what happened to the Sky Coach because I'm going to assume something with the heist Sky Blue, whether or not it went wrong. I'm assuming because of all the cloaks you mentioned that, she interfered, something happened. It's not all her, but I'm curious about, did anybody see anybody take off afterwards? Did they go in any direction? Like, I'm interested in the next step because I'm thinking, and this is what Mirimi is thinking, she moved so quickly from her hideaway to the heist that I'm thinking right now she's going to have taken off towards her stash. I'm thinking that she might be pursued. And I'm hoping that I can get a better idea of where she would have headed because we have the idea of where the stash, like 5 of her stashes or 4 or whatever.
Right.
So I want to get an idea if anybody saw anybody take off, especially on the source sled, and where that might have gone. That's where I'm kind of hoping for the next step. I'm pushing for the next step right now.
Okay.
I think we have to move fast.
Yep. Let me have you make. I think I'll have you make an investigation check on this then.
Are you sure you don't want me to make a persuasion check?
No, I don't think you have to persuade them to
No
share.
worries. Just a question, Greg.
Sure. Oh no, totally. Perhaps you'd like an
Investigate.
acrobatics check. Just
Would you like one?
for the hell
'Cause
of
I'm
it. Yeah,
much-
no, like,
No, damn it. Okay, investigation it is.
you acrobatically gather info.
Oops. I don't know why I did that at advantage, but
So what you get are a lot of people that tell you somewhat of a similar story, which is, yeah.
wow.
So you do a cartwheel while also not knowing what happened. You find from people, you discover a couple things. So all of them basically tell the same story, which is most of these people on the ground were here for a concert. They were listening to the music from the band. Suddenly, something hit basically the roof of the gazebo where the band was
Okay.
playing underneath, and there were a bunch of like pops, pop, 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 pop sounds, and a couple of them apparently even struck some of the musicians, and then basically it was utter chaos. The band flipped out. They started, playing and blasting music. People started to jump up and wonder what was going on. Then there was panic, and then there was a sound of a crack from above. And then everyone saw a smoke-filled Sky Coach plunge to the ground, narrowly missing everyone who was watching the concert. It's probably a good thing that everyone was flying at the time. Everyone was running away at the time. Crash into the ground. And then there were multiple figures that left, but it's not clear in what direction or who they were. So they did seem to be flying on something, but you can't really tell as to what. And this is after about 5 to 10 minutes work of trying to like reassemble, okay, so this person says this. Okay, well, that isn't right, but then maybe this thing might be true. So
Can I get clarification on something?
Sure.
What are these band members? What do they look like?
They are all wearing green and gold. They have brass buttons, and they look kind of like a independence celebrating band. You know what I mean? Like that type of.
But they're not constructs.
No, most of these are human. It looks like there might be there might be an elf and a dwarf with them as well. But no, not constructs from what you can tell, no.
Okay.
Yeah, I see what you're getting at, though. But yeah, no, you don't think these are constructs. Wherever
So
something happens, there's a mechanical band nearby. Yeah.
So there's really okay. So there's really no clear direction then of where she headed, and we
No.
know that the others left as well, so perhaps they're chasing her.
Well, they did say you do hear that there were multiple figures that flew out of the scene, but you don't
Okay.
know. They don't know what direction or how many. Just more than one.
Am I within 70 feet of everyone?
You could be. I think right Nisiana is finishing up right now with some of the nobles on the ground or some of the people that might have been injured. Ilarion is hovering in a totally unsuspicious way near a particular conversation that's happening.
Totally hovering casually.
Hovering casually.
Absolutely.
And Tanton is apparently helping lift up the fallen Sky Coach. So
I'm gonna
maybe close. Yeah.
I'll meander a little bit towards them so I can ping all of them.
Okay.
And kind of have a little group chat, sort of
Okay.
group text. And I'll be like, I don't know what you guys have all gleaned, but it sounds like she's gone and maybe she's being chased and met resistance here. And I'm guessing that she's going to head to her stashes and make a dash for it. So I'm thinking we need to move fast because she was fast at getting here.
She got the strong box too.
Oh, did she? Okay. Well, then she'll probably want to get out because it looks like things are getting a bit hot for her. So I'm kind of getting the feeling we can going after her stashes might be the way to go now and fast.
Where's
Agreed, but which
Bard?
one?
I'll pop up the stash map again. And sorry, what did you ask me?
Where's the
Nisa?
Bard?
The Bard has been going around and playing some sort of
Highway to Heaven.
quiet
Isn't that
songs. No, he's been playing things like a lot of Cat Stevens, and stuff like that, like sort of gentle, quiet stuff. Jim Croce,
I've seen fire and I've seen rain.
Yeah, a little bit of James Taylor. He walks over to a couple and he's like, if I could take time in a bottle, and so you didn't crash on that ship. And some of the people are looking at him like, so Stormflower has some resonance. I'm a fan of Stormflower. Anyway, okay, so the stash map is there. That's the one that you saw from before.
Mm-hmm.
Mary
Okay.
May, you play musical instruments, correct?
Yes, I do.
All right, if something around you starts exploding, are you going to continue playing your instruments while you're running around in a panic?
Oh, well, I mean, it depends how well paying the gig is. In Skyway, I'm guessing that things are paying well. Yeah, so perhaps. I mean, we are taught to continue. The show must go on. I'd like to stab. That's my own thing, though.
No.
I'm going to make a proposal.
No, I'm already married, thank you. Oh,
If Sky Blue's trying to escape Skyway, hit her stashes and get out, I say that we go from... I think she would hit first the Stargazer Theater, then the stables, then the bridge, and then the soup kitchen. By height. Like, just... this... So I propose, I think she would have already hit the Stargazer Theater by now, and I think we should head to the Griffin stables. I might be completely wrong, and I do apologize if I am, but we got to go somewhere, so I propose the Griffin stables.
If she, all right, I'm a bit confused at your logic there. If she has the medals, which is what she truly wanted, but you think she's going to pick up everything else next?
Well, it's her stash map, right? So that's where her money's going to be, her extra equipment, her fake passports under different names so she can leave the country. Like, so I'm thinking
Is she being pursued at the same time?
If she's trying to get out, I mean, she'll want to grab her stuff and run. Or maybe she has something in her stash that would help her. And also just like, on a meta level, we have this map. We should obviously follow this map.
True. And you said are the sky ships, no, the lightning rail leaves from the lower city.
That's correct, from Tavik's Landing.
So
okay. Yes, that does make sense then. So you said you want to go to the stables.
Well, I think the Griffin stable, because I think
Agreed.
we would have missed her at the Stargazer Theater already, and if she's
Exactly.
heading
No,
down...
I understand. And we should
Does that make
move
sense?
now.
Okay. Let's go. Party
Everyone.
time. I'm going to grab... or I'm going to let somebody else grab Stormflower. Do you want to grab Stormflower, Ilarion?
I cannot. This thing can barely hold myself.
Okay. I will grab
Which they think
Stormflower.
is an advantage in this instance.
Yes, I will grab Stormflower. Come on, Stormflower, let's go, and I'll just...
I believe
move my
that
arm.
the saying is birds of a feather should stick together.
As he
Is it not?
He gets onto the sled singing, "Owner of a lonely heart, na-do-do-do. Owner of a lonely bard." Dun, 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 boom, boom. Okay, so he gets on there. Tantin, what about you? Are you Rudnell. While this discussion is going on, she's hit 3 of the remaining 4 sky coaches. She's robbed all of Sharn. The bricks have been stolen. The ship collapsed. The city collapsed. The end of Oracle of War. No.
But in Sharn, that's for sure.
Fastest.
I thought we were gonna make it to level 20.
You would have if you had stopped Sky Blue.
Tantin has a particularly sour look on his face at the mention of the Griffin stables. But he basically gets on his sourcelet and he's gone.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right. So Marame, you're taking Stormflower again?
Oh yeah, I'll take him.
Okay.
I feel responsible. It's like professional responsibility.
So you're doing the. He starts singing more than words as you're heading up to the ground. So
I'm joining in a bit, but I don't want anybody else to hear.
You want to make it more than words, like more than words.
Doing a few choruses,
Yeah.
You know, correcting some of his words, like.
Yeah, it's not more than worms; it's more than words. All right. Okay,
Put your heart
Nisiana.
into it. My God.
Nisiana, you're leaving. You said you're also on the sled and taking off.
Weeping. I should be weeping.
Should be
Yep.
Okay. All right. As the party heads off in this direction, good spot to pause for just a moment and welcome everybody to day 27 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. This is Eberron Oracle of War. We are in season 2, towards the end of it actually, and we are playing part 2 of Song of the Sky, which is the closing the closing part of season 2 of Oracle of War. If you like what you've seen, please follow the channel, support the Patreon, all that good stuff. Support all of these lovely people in their voice acting /writing editing endeavors / storytelling etc. endeavors. And thank you all for being here and spreading the word and all that good stuff. Okay. And just as a programming note for the players, we'll look to take our break in about 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes. All right, so you head off in the direction of, you said the Griffin stables, I believe is what you said, that middle one? Okay. So, to get to this spot, you have to head down to what is known as Harith's Folly in Middle Dura, because that is where the Hollow Tower is. Now, here is where I pull out my handy-dandy Exploring Eberron in the hope that I actually have a thing for Hollow Tower in here, because I think I might. See, part of the thing is that you could go like one of like 50 locations, and so I sometimes have to be like, that's where you want to go. Well, good choice. Okay. Right. Yes. Excellent. So let's move this stash map out of the way. Okay. So Middle Dora is, if you look on this map, let me move our good friend Stormflower here for just a moment. Middle Dora is over here, roughly speaking, on the western side of Sharn and in the middle district. Basically, this is where you can find these, and towards the top of one of these is this Griffin Tower. Now, the Griffin stables are interesting. These are kind of a holdover because most of the time, Griffins are not usually affordable by people other than nobles. But as we've discussed, nobles generally like to go using sky coaches or sometimes even more advanced magics. So using Griffins seems a little bit odd, but it is a holdover thing. There are a lot of the sort of old guard, call it the old money, I guess, in Sharn, that thinks this is the way things were before the last war. Where you could be on the back of one of these magnificent beasts rather than traveling in a foolish modern technology, that kind of thing, right? So yeah, definitely not something that House Cannith would be a big fan of. I think in general, Tantin is fair to say. And the Griffin stables, griffins are very well taken care of, it should be said. And in fact, there is some controversy about the fact that the amount of money spent to maintain a griffin is usually some things like 10 times what it would cost to feed, 100 of the poor, living in the lower areas of the city. But in any case, the griffins are fairly well taken care of. And as you are heading towards them, you can see one of these mighty towers looming through the rain. There are ever bright lanterns blazing from within, and banners emblazoned with sporting logos hang from the outer walls. Now, the other thing about these griffins is that sometimes the griffins are used in contests, in racing contests and things like that. And so there are sporting organizations that basically sponsor the upkeep of some of these griffins as well. And so there's advertising basically for them. Near the top of the tower, a balcony opens into the griffin stables, a wide hall lined with barred pens. And you can see those as you're flying closer. So you're going to have to make a decision about how you want to, enter this place. But it is the griffin stables are basically at the top of this tower, and you can see them from where you are. You can't see the griffins, you can see where they're kept. It's called the Griffin Prix. Well done, Raka. Well done. It's good stuff.
Given that we are pressed for time, I think we're going to take the most direct and expedient route.
Okay. So you're just basically going to fly directly into the corridor where they're found and try to land there, so to speak?
Why not?
Okay. No, that's fine.
Works for me.
You just don't know,
I'm
so
good with it.
That's
Yep.
fine. Okay. So when you all sort of come to a halt, you can see, first of all, there is a corridor that is about 20 feet wide, and you can see there are these pens, 10 of them, barred pens, 5 on each side, and you can hear sounds coming from some of them. Some sound like awful tearing sounds. It's possible the griffins are being fed right now, conceivably. But you also notice some well-armored, 3 in particular, well-armored knights. And as you sort of come to a stop, one of them strides forward with sword drawn. Hey there! What are you doing? This is a restricted area. You're not allowed to land here.
Of course we know that.
What are you doing? Why do you
We're
have something
looking-
over your face?
Because this place stinks, that's why.
And he sort of looks around. Well, we raise griffins here, I suppose, but you should already know that. What's your reason for being here?
Our deepest apologies. One, we were very excited to see some griffins, and 2, we were waiting to meet one of our friends here.
One of your friends. We don't have friends here that come and visit. This is
Clearly.
a place where work is done and care of the animals.
Oh well, maybe we misunderstood. I mean, there's a lot going on, and it's a pretty busy place around here.
Yes,
What's your
indeed.
name? I'm sorry, we haven't been introduced.
My name is Buck, but that's not really relevant to the discussion. What's relevant is why you're leaving.
Buck,
when you're
I'm
leaving.
just gonna turn to one of the griffins. Buck, you are working with some of the most amazing animals, and I hear that there's sports with them and all that too. Like, that must be absolutely insane. Like, I'm sorry, I've never seen a griffin in person. This is absolutely fantastic.
He kind of like blinks a couple times, and then he says, "It might be fantastic, but it can't be done here. Now, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. No one is allowed on this place, and certainly not a group of you." So when you see Stormflower, who all the meantime has been strumming the song "Bad Boys, Bad Boys, What You Gonna Do? What You Gonna Do When They Come For You?"
Hey, that's 90s. Watch it.
Yeah, I know. I'm stretching it a little bit. That's true. That's true. It's a good point. I could do some Village People, but that's late 70s. It's gonna be hard to get classic. Oh no, you know what he does? He just starts singing, doing Synchronicity from The Police.
Oh, here I thought he'd do Bad Company. But
83. That's not a
Yeah.
bad one, yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe Lunatic Fringe.
There you go. There you go.
Okay, so he comes over. And Stormflower says, "Well, Buck, I thought you were working. I didn't know that you were working here now, though. And Buck sort of looks and says, Stormflower? What are you doing here? Why are you with these people? You're not supposed to bring people here. And Stormflower says, well, I wasn't. It's about Sky. Have you seen her? And Buck says, no, not yet. Why would I see? Why am I having this discussion? What are you doing here? Stormflower, I know you. You need to take them and leave immediately. I don't know what you're planning here. And Stormflower is sort of, oh, easy. Everyone just needs to calm down. Relax. Don't do it. All you're going to go to it. And he starts, playing that. And Buck sort of shakes his head as if he's heard songs, many of them before from Stormflower, and says, Stormflower, I'm not going to listen to you right now. This isn't appropriate, and I'm going to have to ask you to leave. And Stormflower, sort of shrugs. He says, no, wait a minute. Let me just, he whispers to you, I'll handle him. You just need to figure out a way to, watch when she arrives.
Tangent's already head on.
Yeah, I'm basically looking disguised as.
He did say not yet, which implies she is coming here.
Mhm.
If you do not take him in hand, I will. This is the Stormflower.
Yeah, let me rephrase, because I think I said something that added extra weight to that. He probably wouldn't say not yet. He would probably say, no, I haven't seen her today. Might be the best way he probably would have said. My apologies, yeah. I don't want to throw that off. But he does clearly know her. And so Stormflower says, now listen, Buck, do you remember that little unfortunate incident in the tavern in Middle Dora? We talked about this before. Now, I got you out of a scrape there, didn't I? And Buck is sort of like, listen, I've already paid you back for that. Well, you paid me back in body, but not in soul. Now, and he starts sort of talking. Now, Buck is sort of occupied talking to him a little bit. There are, however, 2 other guards staring impassively in your direction. And it's not like Buck is all of a sudden immediately like blind to all else in the world. But he is definitely a little distracted at the moment for sure by Stormflower.
You said this is like an aisle of stalls, 5 on each side?
That's right, a corridor, 5 on each side, about 20 feet wide.
Is it open at the other end?
There is a balcony on one end. That's the end that you came through or that you landed in. And on the other end, there looks to be another balcony, but it seems to open into some interior room. But you'd have to go over to actually see that. And at the moment, between you and them are the two knights.
Oh. That's not, sneaking around is not really my thing either. So I will stay where I am.
I mean, I can technically cast invisibility, but I'm pretty sure the knights would notice if I did
They're
that.
staring right at you.
Ooh. Aha.
Well,
I cast shadow. No, I'm kidding.
Wow. The next 3 sessions are Griffin Tower combat with...
I really don't want to do that.
Just had heat metal. It goes so well.
And you hear him talking about, no, you wore a raspberry beret. Don't you remember that? It was, and then the conversation dies down again.
Well, is there anywhere where we can see, like, kind of have a look outside and just see if we see anyone approaching, or?
I mean, you could certainly wait by the balcony if you wish, yes. But you will probably, Marimé, unless you take action to avoid this, you might be noticed standing at the balcony and looking outwards. Right, because there's not a lot of places to hide except in those conveniently placed pens, which are currently mostly occupied by griffins, unfortunately.
That are probably eating something tasty.
Right.
Whoever that was. The last band who kept playing their musical instruments while things were exploding around them.
Well, I'm just gonna ping the other. She's not gonna. If she knows this Buck guy, maybe.
Should we start pulling the Lady Nisiana thing and me just saying, hey, you promised to show me griffins?
My only concern with that, although I'd love to see it, is that if we make too much of a fuss, I don't think that she'll necessarily show her face either.
Right. Well, is there another place we can go that's nearby and still watch? I mean, we don't have to stay here. We just know we think she's coming here.
Listen, Buck. That is your name, isn't it? Buck?
And Buck, who has just been trying to discuss something with Stormflower. Yes, that is my name.
Short? Is that short for something, or is it just Buck?
No, my name has always been Buck. I
Right.
grew up
Well,
with that
you
name.
said that you know this Sky.
Yes,
person.
we grew up in the same place.
All right. Very well. Listen, we're trying to get in touch with her. We have something she might be interested in.
And he looks at you. Make an insight check for me, please, Tanton.
Okay. Inside check. 12.
He sort of seems to be sizing you up for a minute, Tanton, I guess, for a second. And then he says, well, I don't know. Sky has a number of people that might want her to do things or take things for good and bad reasons.
Whatever.
What if you're one of her creditors? She has a few.
Lady Tarasco, the strand can go to someone else. And he kind of pulls the strand, the finished necklace that he had made, and he just holds it out to Nisiana.
He kind of looks at it, and he kind of looks, but he doesn't really say anything. He just sort of watches that transaction. Then he says, I don't understand.
You're not meant to, Buck. And he holds the necklace out to Nisiana. We could find someone else to move this. And he's making his way back to the sled.
Okay. Yeah, Buck doesn't really move.
She tucks it into her pouch.
And he looks at Stormflower and says, you bear witness to this. We tried to help her. Don't have her getting mad at me because someone else didn't want to play along and play their part. Whatever. I'm done. And he goes to his sled and gets ready to leave.
And Stormflower kind of looks at you and then turns back. And Buck says to Stormflower, kind of but loud enough that you can hear this part, saying, what has she gotten into now, Stormflower? If you know something, you should tell me. This is not a place for fencing to happen, you understand? Of any kind, including the criminal kind. You're not supposed to... Blah, blah, blah. And then you hear Stormflower say, that's not at all. I am an innocent man. And he sings some of that. And, he goes back and forth. And Buck seems to be very agitated in talking to Stormflower about something. But you don't get the impression, Tanton, that he's like, wait, we need to get that back. But it's like, why are you bringing a bunch of crooks here or something? Is more or less
That's
what
fine.
you get.
No, I can basically go over to Stormflower and touch his arm and say, we can help people another way. We tried. Come on. And it's time for us to get GTFO.
Okay. I would like perception checks from all four of you, please.
Dun, dun, dun. I mean, yes.
Am I in good?
Never mind your dramatic stinger. Just roll the die.
There we go. All right.
Well,
Wow.
Eberron.
Everyone's really into the deception except
Yep.
Eberron and... Oh, shoot. Sorry, I just accidentally closed every window. 1 second. One moment. Not every window. I did that thing where it goes too close to the bottom and then it closes everything on your screen. Like, oh,
Yeah.
why? I hate that. All right. 1 second. Sorry. Sorry, chat. Okay. All right. I think that's everything back. Right. Where was I? So I would say Eberron for sure. Tanton, you might pick up maybe something above in the sky, but it's very hard to read. But I think Eberron can see this for sure, that there is what looks like a image through the gray sky and mist is emerging. There is something flying towards here at fairly significant speed.
Okay. Let's see. Right now, Nisiana's talking to Stormflower. What is Buck doing? Still eyeing Stormflower?
Yes,
suspiciously?
yeah. He's sort of arguing with, or he was arguing with Stormflower, and the two guards
Okay.
behind him with arms folded.
And the rest of us are kind of just standing back watching this interaction.
I thought so because Tantin and
that's
Nisiana
fine.
basically,
That's
yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
I get Merrimy's attention and tap
Yep.
my temple
Yo.
and like to everybody.
Ping, ping, ping.
Yep. Someone is coming. I believe it is her. Either we need to conceal ourselves now or stay here and confront her when she arrives. However, they nod at the two guards there. It would seem that would be uncomfortable indeed. More for her than us.
Well, she has two friends here, so why don't we just take a step back and she'll probably approach them, right? We
Or she'll
hope.
see this many people who aren't supposed to be here and bolt at the first sight of us. I'm willing to wait, but be warned that it's very possible she may land, see what's going on in here, and take off just as quickly since she has no idea who we are. Those two, yes. Unless you can somehow conceal us in like about 30 seconds, it's all going to be moot.
I can't. I don't think I can cast invisibility on. No, I could actually technically cast invisibility on all of us, but the guards will see me doing it. There's no way that I can kind of hide and cast invisibility on all of us. I kind of step out into the corridor out of their sight and.
Not because
Well,
the thing
us
is,
disappearing will kind of be a big giveaway too.
yeah, like the only way
Yeah.
you'd have to somehow make it so the guards weren't looking your direction when you did it because you're in a corridor. It's not like it's there's a balcony, but the balcony doesn't extend very far to either side, so you could still see it if you're inside the corridor.
Moreover, the bard knows we don't intend her any harm.
Yeah, the bard
And
will.
we
She
effectively
doesn't
saved-
know that is the problem.
Yes. So
Maybe
all
we
need
should
to
send him to meet her. He can do that with his boots.
And how do we trust that he doesn't tell her to leave?
because we will find him and kill him if he does.
Well, there's no reason for
No, we won't
that.
do that.
No, you weren't linked into this.
Oh, this is right. You're doing this all.
This is
internally,
all
sorry.
mind linked, yeah.
I was about to start having you like in your mind. You hear a view to a kill. Like, no, god damn it.
No, no.
It's
I-
true
I
though.
would-
If she
I
does,
would
if she does,
share.
well, we can pursue. There is that first of all.
Yes.
So if
So-
he can't, but it's in his best interest and hers to bring her down here. That's a good idea.
Or
This is
bring her to a place that is not.
very large now, Larian. This thing's
Yeah,
gonna,
right now,
this thing's
right
gonna
now
be
here is
seeing you at any
fine. We
moment.
don't have time to arrange anything else.
Okay.
If she's coming here, let's try to stop her here and now. Okay, go tell him she's coming and inform him of the plan.
Since I'm standing right there, I tug on him and said, I think she's coming. Would you go meet her and ask her to come down?
And Skyflower's Stormflower,
Look.
he went here, like, oh, and he looks. He says, "Well, oh, yes, that's true. Well, she's going to be here any minute. You're going to scare her off, if she sees you all here."
That's why you need to go and bring her in.
And Buck says, "What is this discussion? You can all have this conversation somewhere else." And the other guards sort of step forward, and then Alarian, you notice, she is not the only object flying through the air.
Oh, I figured that.
Behind her are another couple, in the
Yep.
distance, but a couple.
Oh, she's being pursued. Oh,
No, she has company. There were more than we knew that more than one of them flew away. I'm
I think
assuming
she's-
this is part of her crew.
No, I think she's being pursued because she works alone for these heists.
mhm.
So I think this is.
So why would she come to one of our safe houses? Well, it doesn't matter. If she's coming here, we'll find out, I guess.
Well, if these are her friends, they could possibly sick a few of these stinky-ass creatures on whoever's following her. It is feeding time, after all.
So
So
Stormflower
wait,
can
what does
step.
Stormflower say when he sees the ones behind her? Does he recognize them, or does he
No,
say,
just
"Oh my
wait.
God, she's being"?
No, he just said he's just there. He may not even notice it yet, Larian. He hasn't commented on them.
Point his head that way. Who are those?
And then he's like,
Oh, sorry.
message for you, sir. No, he looks up in that direction, and he says, "I don't know. She works on her own. It could be those. those others from the gang, the Fangs, the same one, the one that you rescued me from, the dwarf
Oh.
woman,
Marisha.
that one. Yes.
That means
now-
we need to go rescue her from
Yeah,
that.
we better
But
get
if you
up there.
scare her off, she'll drive off anyway. She doesn't know that they're following her. She can't possibly. And Buck says, "Why are we having this discussion? You all need to get off of the, out of the corridor."
And then turn to Buck. It's like, you say she's a friend of yours?
Well, yes, but I have
Then
a
I
job.
recommend you help.
But I can't do that. There's a job. I have a job here.
Well, then we see how much a friendship matters to you. Excuse me. And
Can we move out of sight so that she won't see us when she's approaching?
Only one way you can do that, Marimay, and that is there is one and only one empty pen that is next to you. It is currently unoccupied by any griffin. That's the only thing that's out of sight of the corridor.
Let's step in.
What a wonderful
And make
smell you've
sure-
discovered.
Yeah, well, so as you start to do this, Buck starts to protest like wildly, and he's just like, "You can't go!" And Stormflower's
How much is
like,
it to rent this? How much is it to rent this pen for one day?
What? With it? You
How
don't
much is it?
We don't
grab
rent them. It's for
him and
griffins.
bring him in. How much is it to rent this pen for one day? I'm slowly lifting him off the ground.
Okay, well, the other knights are stepping forward at that though, with reaching for weapons.
All right, so I'll set him back down. How much to
Is it-
rent the pen for one day?
But you don't understand. I'm telling you, it's already been rented. At this point, the sled is just about to get there.
Oh, it's rented by
So-
her.
Ah,
Let's just move out of sight for a second. Let
Let's
her
move
land.
away.
Let's move.
So
let
Buck
her
allows
play.
you to be sort of like, sort of pushed in there, just in time, because a second later, basically, the two guards, which are still kind of looking around confusedly, Buck kind of comes out as you're all back there, and basically you're just out of sight. There is a pile of foul-smelling straw, and then there are a bunch of
Nice.
other like really there's like a bunch of stuff which looks like fresh meat and so on. So although it is definitely an animal's pen, it's not. It seems like a pretty nice animal's pen for an animal's pen.
Are
but
there
it
any
is
like
animal's pen.
tools here for like sweeping or anything?
But there are buckets, several buckets, and piles of hay.
All right, well, I'll wait for her to get here. Actually,
And she does land.
Yeah.
You hear the sort of coming to a stop. And did you say you wanted Stormflower with you or out with Buck?
Out with Buck. To get
out
him,
with Buck. Yeah.
Get him
Yeah.
to say,
So-
look,
So Stormflower. So Stormflower comes out with Buck, and you hear a voice say, "Buck, I don't have time. I'm kind of in a rush, but we're square, all right? You understand we're square." And with Stormflower, "What are you doing here, Stormflower?" And Stormflower says, "Well, I'm looking for you. I'm looking for you in all of these places." And she's like, "Well, no, stop. No singing right now. What are you doing here? Why are you here? And why, Buck, you look strange. What is all of this? What?" And
We make our appearance now.
yeah,
I think we step out at that point.
so
come out of the
trying to
pen.
save your life is what's happening.
So you step out, and Stormflower, what you see is the character that you see above, although she does look quite disheveled and sort of not injured, but definitely, has soot on her face, and her tunic is stained, and she literally is right next to her sore sled. And when she sees you step out, she looks at you and then looks at Stormflower, and she says, "I didn't think you would sell me out at least." Throws
didn't.
something to her feet, and a cloud of smoke goes up into the room, after which you hear a stink, ding, 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 and then to one of the knights yelling, no, everyone get out of here. And you hear as a bunch of griffins emerge from their open-doored cages.
Why is
And
it so damn hard to try and help somebody?
that is a good spot for us to take our break. You are watching the people of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron, Oracle of War, Season 2, Song of the Sky, Part 2. You are watching them as this party is trying to help someone who is deeply suspicious of everyone since her childhood, and thus is suspicious of them too. But nonetheless, you are watching the amazing Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, and Jennifer Brozek. And if you like what you see and hear, please support the channel and follow and do all that good stuff. We will be back to you folks. It's 9:45, so 9:46 actually. So let's be back here about 9 minutes. Let's say 9:55, and then we will continue with more of Eberron Oracle of War. In the meantime, please, everybody, don't go anywhere. Okay, so let's get back underway
giant spider
here.
jumping across the canyon.
Let's get back underway here. Hello, everyone. Welcome, all of the lovely folks here. Welcome back to D&D with INB, Eberron Oracle of War, Season 2, Song of the Sky, Part 2, as we slide back over to reveal the crew, which at the moment is engaged in, helping, trying to help someone else, even if they don't, even if they don't want it. It's a confused
Appreciate
kid,
it.
don't understand. Right. That kind of person. Ungrateful, all that sort of business. But so when we, right before we left, there was the sound of, part 2, subsection 14B, exactly, Dragonspear, with smoke going up, and then a bunch of the sound of the thing, like bars being slit open very rapidly, and then the sound of the knights sort of yelling as some creatures came out of apparently pens. You had to guess griffins that are apparently going to look for food and things like that. So that's rough. I should mention too, just before I hand things back over to the party, that when you came out, that Buck was holding basically a pouch of what looked like, like a pouch of coins or gems or something that he had in his hand that apparently she had just given him. So for whatever that's worth. So now the question is, what do you want to do? Because we are dealing with some level of chaos here. Right now you're still in smoke. You really can't see anything very much except the swirling smoke, but you sure hear shouts and yells and, the sound of a lot of roaring griffins.
If we run away, are those knights going to die?
You're not sure about that. You don't get the impression that they would die, but it definitely is going to occupy. I mean, they work with these griffins all the time, so you don't know about that. But it definitely is going to occupy them for a while. But it's not like you released, 5 dragons or something.
Well, I'll do that next time.
I feel like they're knights, and we have more pressing concerns. So I feel like they can handle it. I agree with you.
Run
Are
away.
we still linked?
Oh.
I would think so. Yeah.
Yeah, we're still linked.
Yeah, we're still
mentally.
linked. I thought you meant my computer. I feel like I'm on the internet, but yeah. No.
I mean telepathically. So through the link, Canton is like, get into her head, tell her why we're here, and that she's being chased. As for these things, I don't believe they're real. She doesn't hurt people.
Okay. Can I ping her?
I have to think about. Can you?
Yeah. Anybody within 70 feet, I can ping. Any creature.
Do you have to see them?
Oh, hang on. Let me bring up the exact wording here, Monsieur.
No.
Why
Monsieur.
No?
As it were, I do not. Hang on.
Except when trying to find a thief, there's an exception. You can.
I'm gonna go into Kalishtar. I'm gonna find what I am. Okay, so mind link. I don't need to share a language. I need to see her.
Can't see her right now.
Can't see her right now.
Although you now have a very good image of her, which was not too far off actually from Stormflower's,
I do sending, and I point in the direction that she went.
Well, we didn't see her go anywhere. She did the smoke thing and then chaos.
But she made noise in a direction.
That's
Did
true. Well, she made noise in direction. Yes, but it's a little confused because yeah, that's true. She did make noise in a particular direction, but the pens on both sides of the hall are open, Nisiana, which means
It doesn't matter distance-wise. Sending is anywhere on this plane of existence.
Right. But but you don't have to have seen her. You can just
I have to
Just have to
point
be
it.
familiar with
He just to know she exists, basically.
Yeah.
There. I have put it in unlimited, short message. Here's the message.
To a creature with which we're
recognize
familiar. Okay.
me.
Yeah. Okay. I'll buy that.
Okay.
Okay. What's the message?
All right, and I have 25 words.
Okay. Also, and I'm not trying to be mean. You're not going to have much time to put this together. You wouldn't literally have much time in it. So.
Dear Sky Blue, hope you are well. Sorry.
Welcome, Sky Blue, in the year of our Lord. It has been. I hope this finds you well, because I. ...
There's been a long summer.
No wonder anybody did anything in the 19th century. Jesus.
I think the first word should be meow. Yeah.
Dear dumbass, you are leaving when we're trying to help
It's
you.
Dumas.
Dear Mistress Dumas.
Oh, I never got that joke before. I got it this time. Merci. Hey, Dumas is like,
Okay.
voyons donc. Okay.
It is actually 24 words.
Okay. What do you got?
Actually, 25.
It's like
Her
a
name is
high-stakes
Sky Blue.
haiku.
It's one word.
Sky Blue is 2 words.
Okay, I go by Sky then. So,
Okay.
Sky, we are here to help. You are chased by bad guys. Please let us help you. Stormflower is dumb but good. Please, I'm Nisiana Di Jurasco.
Warm regards. Salutations.
And she gets 25 words back.
Kindly send your CV.
Yeah. Yours ever. Yours in
Please
haste.
reply soonest.
Please find attached.
Yours in ever. Yours in haste.
You didn't send a cover letter, you're fired.
Yeah, jeez. You didn't follow the guidelines. Rejected.
Come on.
Okay,
It was
so
good.
I love the idea that in the middle of it you're like, Stormflower is dumb but good. Like you just want to throw this in there. Okay,
Oh,
Proves you know him.
Oh.
that's true.
Yeah,
Okay,
she's right.
so All right, so 25 words. Let me think.
What the fuck?
While you're figuring that out, Tanton is making his best estimation from where he saw her sled, and he is going that way. as fast as he
So is Illyrian. Same thing, sweeping forward.
When you sweep forward, you can see that the sled is most definitely gone. And remember, you ducked into the pen that was right like inside the corridor from the outer balcony. So, basically, if you had to guess, you think what happened was she basically jumped on her sled and then in an incredible maneuver of agility, basically opened up the bars of the gates, like just ding, 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 and then all the way back up before she escaped. Because otherwise, she just flew into the middle of the tower, which would be a good way to trap her.
That's not what Tanton thinks, but yeah, okay.
But I'm just, okay, well, that's fair enough. No, that's fair enough. But what I'm saying is, like, based on the fact that she's not there now, that's the only thing you can think of as to why they're all opened.
Let's go outside to the source sleds and take off after her.
Okay. So you can do that.
And informing them, going after her.
Okay.
Because we're still at the link up.
Nisi, I'm going to come back. I will come back to that in a second. I guess, Nisiana, the response would be, let's see. Stormflower is dumb. You're right. I can't trust anyone, even those who sound good. I think that's 14 words. If you want to help, follow me and my lead.
All right.
S.
I repeat what she says over the link. So I'm like, we got to follow her. That's my main focus.
Okay.
Let's do it.
She doesn't make any, by the way, comment or note of pursuit or anything like that. Okay, so that's fine. So then Merrimack, you're the same. You're leaping on the sled as well.
Oh yeah, and Stormflower, if he's with us, great. If not, we're leaving him behind.
Yeah, no, it's up to you. You can grab him with you. Stormflower is kind of like a little sort of thrown off by everything, but you can, is
I
willing
would
to-
just grab him. I think he's gonna get eaten by the griffins. I think the others can handle it.
Okay.
We are the heroes, even if he is dumb.
But good, that's the key thing there.
Professional responsibility again, so I would just drag him onto my sword sleigh again.
Okay. And so as you're taking off and he's like, I'm hot-blooded and check it and see, as you're like heading off with him, and the rest of you are heading off with him. Okay. Meanwhile, and you think you see as you're like zipping away from the tower, the smoke is starting to clear, and you think you can see Buck with the rest of the knights trying to like struggle to get the griffins back into their pens if you're right about what's happening. And you think Buck may still have been holding that bag when you're actually on the way out. Okay, so where are you headed then? He said as he goes back to the map. Where are you headed after
Well,
this
she
spot?
couldn't have gotten that far. I'm assuming she can still see her somewhere and follow her.
She's going pretty fast, though.
Well, if she says follow my
Just-
lead,
Just need to keep her in
Yes.
sight. Don't need to catch up with her.
Yeah.
she probably gives us a clue somewhere somehow.
Yeah,
I look for it.
the stash map.
Is she
And where are
heading
the
towards
other
the
people that were following her?
That was my next question.
Right. If you want to look for them, I will have you make a perception check there, Alarian. This is going to be a disadvantage, though, because you're trying to look for them and you're also trying to keep her in your sight. So,
Well, I'm going to ignore her. If I don't, I want to keep her in my sight, actually, so I'll ignore that. If they come up on me, I'll deal with that when the time comes.
okay, then Tanton, if you want, I mean, you can certainly do enough to like follow Alarian if that's what Alarian's going to do, and then you can just look for the guys if you want to do that.
I'm convinced I know where she's going. I'm
Okay.
not worried about that.
Okay.
I'm definitely watching.
Oh, to
for people who are
the next
following.
stash.
Okay,
Right.
so all right,
the
so then
fallen
make a
bridge.
make
You
a
were
perception.
right to beat her to the punch here. The next place she's going is the last place on the map.
Or I think she's
There's
going
two-
to the
there's two
fallen
places
bridge,
left. Yeah.
and then the soup
Whatever
kitchen.
the
That's my. It's a theory.
The next step. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so go ahead and make a perception check for me then, Tanton, please.
Okay.
Well, that does make sense. Let's see.
Oh, okay.
11.
You don't want to be held.
Oh,
Hard to-
almost.
Hard to tell. I mean, you can see several like dots in the sky flying around, but those could be other people on source. You don't see what was you were told. I don't think you saw this directly, but you don't see where you were told was a group of people. What?
Weren't we very specifically told that outside of the use around the university that source sleds are damn near illegal?
Yes, but that's outside the university, not necessarily right up where you are in Skyway. That's not to say that there's a lot of them, but there are a few. That said, it could very well be you. My point is that you do see a couple of things flying, and it could be, and probably source sleds, it could be those, but they're not taking any discernible path. It could just be that they're following you from a distance, in which case it might be her, you, and then them following you, maybe, but it's hard to see. Yeah. You proceed, then.
I know where the fallen bridge is, right? Because I lived here.
Yes.
All right,
Yes,
I'm
and
gonna
it would
branch-
be
I'm going to branch off and try to lead some of these dopes away if they're following any of us.
Okay. Yeah, you can, but you can't really make out. I mean, they're not close enough for you to determine if they're doing that. If you want, what you can do is try to keep an eye and see if those dots follow, and then at a certain point, if they do, you can try to kind of, as you say, bail out at a certain point and head in a different direction if you want them to sort of veer off. Okay. And in case people are curious, that place that you're going is, if you understand this correctly, in the lower city. And it is in a place known as Fallen, which is in Lower Dura over here. So basically she heads sort of fairly swiftly down is where you would expect she'd be going. And if the three, all four of you still, but Tanton I know is focusing on those dots. But if the three of you who are ahead are really trying to are you trying to overtake, basically trying to catch up, or just keep her in sight, you said?
Keep her in sight. Follow
Okay.
her lead.
She goes a pretty good pace then, and you're probably just barely able to see her in the distance, almost as far away, Tanton, in front as these guys are in back of you. And that brings you down to the bottom of this. Now, I'm curious for Merime and Nisiana and maybe Tanton, would you ever have had reason to go down to this this place, which I will tell you was affected by the last war? In fact, that's why it was fallen. Would any of you have reason to have gone there, do you think?
If I was sent there as part of a healing mission. If it was something to intern-like /
Then I
go
would
in
say
and-
no, because they wouldn't. This was important. They didn't want to. It was a little bit of a secret, not secret, but what happened here was a problem. So they
then
might
no,
not have
I
revealed
would not
that
have
to you.
gone this way.
So then, Merime, might you have made your way down here or no?
I might have. I mean, it depends. That's kind of your call a little bit, but I did go around the city quite a bit just trying to survive, see different things, get different experiences.
Give me a history check. You can do this at advantage. Tanton, I think you will
Thank
have
you.
known about this directly, and I'll explain why when we get there.
Okay. Advantage. History, you say?
Yes.
Okay. Oh.
Nice!
Wow. Yeah, you do know about this.
For those of you listening at home, that was a natural 20.
Natural
Yay!
20. So both of you then, both you and Tanton would know about this. So this place is called Fallen because the bridge, in particular, this ruined bridge, was smashed when the glass tower, which was this once magnificent structure that was a symbol of Sharn's power and of Braelen's glory at its height. And during the last war, it collapsed in an incident which is known as Crystal Fall, and left only the broken stumps of its once great span. And so it is a place that is sort of both beautiful and extraordinarily dangerous, and is a place which was very politically charged. It's been the kind of place that is a cross between like a memorial and a hall of shame, because it's seen by some of the populace as basically like the way that we failed when we couldn't actually win, we couldn't keep up our end of the war type of thing, you know what I mean? And we ended up letting this attack land on our great city. In fact, and I'm going to be very cautious, I don't want to make too much of an IRL comparison, but the effect there was a big debate in New York City after 9/11 about what to do with the site of the World Trade Center. Do you rebuild the towers completely? Do you, pave it over? Do you, what do you do? Do you build an even bigger tower? So now they have built a new center down there in that spot. But it was a place where there was a lot of emotion held up in it and some controversy. And as you might expect, there's been a fair bit of illegal activity in that area too, because, it's a good place to, it's a sketchy place to be. Dangerous, but a way to avoid some notice, actually. So that's what it is. The two of you definitely would know that. It's up to you if you want to relay any of this to your companions or not. Marame, you would know that, and Tanton. The reason, also I should say, Tanton, the reason you know about this is because you were, unlike Nisiana, brought down as, I guess at the time would have been a younger, 10 years ago, right? So a younger apprentice, basically. But you would have been brought down to kind of see this destruction, and it was sort of a, how do we rebuild it? Because House Cannith was in discussions about how to do something like that. So you've actually, Marame, you may or may not have seen it. You definitely have heard of it. Tanton, you have seen it. And it's like it's a seared into your memory, striking sort of thing. Yeah. So it's up to whether Marame and Tanton want to share any of that with Ilarion and Nisiana or not. I'm
going to have the four of us linked, not Stormflower, because I don't want those ballads to be stuck in our link. But I'm just going to say I heard of this
every
place.
Time you go away. Okay.
Okay.
Well, from Tanton's perspective, it's not so much words as it is images and the emotions of the time. Just sort of communicating what he felt while he was down there, and the what for him would be detailed knowledge that he acquired at the time and over the course of years as he gained more and more experience, then seeing it through that lens and really coming to realize what had to happen in order for that to take place, and a little bit harrowing for him, but it's not so much in words as it is perceptions and whatnot.
Okay.
So we should be careful then, because there's a lot of illegal activity as well, and
it's still broken. Okay.
Isn't it the Fallen Bridge?
Well, the whole region is called Fallen, and the bridge is one of those parts. Yeah.
Yes, we shall have to be alert.
Okay, so just give me a second while I pop that up here. And hold, please. Just taking a quick... Making sure I get a picture ready for the appropriate moment. Okay.
a nuclear explosion.
Exactly.
End of Akira.
Okay, cool. All right. Right. So you continue to head down, and there's a certain point where, Tanton, if you're going to, like, you keep losing sight on and off of those dots behind you because they're so far behind. So you can definitely try to veer off at some point. The concern is you don't know whether I mean, obviously they know your general group, but you don't know whether they see you specifically because they're so far back. So it's up to you. If you want to try to veer off somewhere, you can do that. But you don't know if they're even able to see you. They are a good distance.
Then I'm probably moving a little bit slower than everybody else. So right before I fall out of Metame's range, I'm just going to kind of send a thing of, keep going. I'm going to slip aside and see if anyone's following.
All right, be careful.
No. And
This is gonna be great.
scoots up. He's just going to the nearest, balcony that is just full of cats.
Yep.
Right.
Start throwing them at people as they go by.
They all immediately are concealed. Right. Okay. You are slowing down in an effort for them to you kind of want them to overtake you?
He's tucking in somewhere to get out of line of sight, basically to kind of police entrapment sort of thing. Kind of
wait for them to go past and then okay, I got you.
Exactly.
Okay.
Maybe drop a couple of seismic charges.
All right, we will talk about that. That'll be useful to know. All right, so you're going to do that. The other three of you soon seen this. The shunned district of fallen sprawls at the city's bottom. Ancient shattered temples lurk in grim silence, with shards of broken stone and crystal jutting from their surfaces. And in the gloom between buildings, you see the stumps of a broken bridge perched over a heap of rubble, and you can see Sky's source lead heading directly for that bridge. It is, there's a little bit of light that kind of sparkles off these broken pieces, but it is, again, beauty amidst destruction. Just all of this, in what must have been an incredible at its height tower in ruins. As you ponder that, I will take a moment because my daughter's calling for me for some reason. 1 second.
So for those of you listening at home, hi.
We'd like you.
You can't see the pair of cats that are perched next to next to Jen.
Luciana.
These two, yeah.
Those two, yes.
Lilu and Isis. And I have Mina over there, and Pharaoh has wandered off because I have put him down enough times that he's finally figured out I'm not actually going to hold him right now. However, this little diva
wants to lick your face.
She does, because she likes my lotion. Also, she just likes to kiss me. Hi.
And I have Kamiko on my lap as well, but she cannot be seen either by the stream or by anyone listening to us later.
Boing. That was Lilu jumping from my shoulder to the top of the cat tower, approximately 6 feet up above me. This is the same cat who gave me a tiny mew yesterday for me to turn and jump from 6 feet into my lap without so much of a warning because Pharaoh was blocking her way to get to me.
Sorry about that. Daughter's at a Halloween birthday party and was asking about when she needs to be back, so I was explaining. Okay.
She's a good girl.
Yes,
when
she
you're
is.
25.
She is. No. How about when you're 25, you can decide when you get to be back? No. Just joking. Just joking. Okay. So, right. So where were we? She was heading directly. So she's heading directly for the thing. You see the stuff. So yeah. What do you want to do? I guess is what I'm asking. I'll get back to Tanton in a sec.
Follow her in.
Okay. And the three of you are okay. So I'm just gonna have that's fine. So when you follow her in, she comes to basically a stop right near the bridge, and you can see that there are a bunch of glass shards and pieces of all over the place. And as she kind of lands and jumps off the sled, you can hear the crunch of glass cracking under her boots as she kind of crunches through the glass literally underneath the bridge. So you now come to a stop as well, a little bit of a distance back from her. Do you stay on the sleds or are you getting off?
I follow her lead, so I'm gonna get off.
Same.
So she goes underneath the bridge, and as you make your way towards, she has just pulled out a what looks like a big sort of dirty pillowcase. Is basically what this looks like, and so she's sort of holding it, and then something odd happens. A net lands on top of her and holds her down. It is some kind of weighted net. And looking above, you can see 5 strange creatures dropping to the ground, all laughing to themselves. They clearly haven't seen you, but they have obviously seen her. And I will show you an image of these things coming up on stream.
Is this like a cooking show, or this is an image you prepared earlier?
Yeah, precisely. Here's what I actually did in an earlier time. These are creatures that look essentially like goblin-like bats, essentially, and
Gobbats.
Gubbats, and they drop to the ground, and they're all laughing of them. And they're all like, far too easy. You should have been something a little more careful, like maybe Sky. It looks like you're getting a little bit too much with the nobles, and you don't really have your head on a swivel anymore. So now that you've arrived, it's time for you to talk to us about what you're doing. And Sky is like, "Eat spit. I don't do any deal with the fangs." "Oh, she don't do any deal with the fangs, eh, boys? Well, we're going to do business with you. You're going to listen to us, ain't we, Nipper?" And one of the creatures sort of laughs and says, "That's right, Gnawshank. We're going to do something with her. And first, she's going to give us what we need, or we're going to do it real slow." And they're sort of, as you look, this smile, you can see what are clearly fangs in the mouth, and it's very obvious what's being discussed that would be done.
So if I were to suddenly cast daylight on them?
Well, it might startle them.
Okay, so these aren't the vampires that are like...
You don't think so. In fact, if you want, I'll give you a chance to make, actually any of you who are there, I'll give you a chance to make nature checks. And while you're doing that, Tanton, I want to jump back up to you for a second, because there are, as you're sort of waiting, just as you had hoped, basically 3 other soar sleds go flying by, and there are definitely something on them. You can't quite make out the figures, but they're definitely not these creatures. They definitely look like so-called humanoid type of bandits that are on these, that are headed just like directly towards the Sky and the rest of your companions. So if you wait, you can then just get out and just go straight after that if you wish.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay. So you pursue them. As you do so, I can see that Nisiana, Merame, and definitely Hilarion all know exactly what these creatures are.
Those of you listening at home, Hilarion rolled a natural 20 on a nature check. Odd for a construct.
With a nature skill of 0.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm not clear exactly on why you would know about this necessarily.
Must have encountered
I
in the
study
field
a
somewhere.
lot of books.
No,
Yeah.
I'm wondering about Hilarion, not you. I'm
He's
more
been
like
around for 100 years.
yeah.
We
Well,
dragged him to a play about them.
we tried to do a play.
I must have encountered one of them, a group of them in the field at some point. That's all I can think of.
These are almost certainly, from what you would guess, werebats. And right now they are basically in between transformations. Sometimes you will know that were creatures, lycanthropes of different types, can sort of be one type. They can be, for example, werewolves can be a wolf or can be a human or can be in between. And these basically look to be in between. They look like werebats that are goblins, werebats with goblin ancestry. And all 5 of them are this way, and these have all, of course, sharpened fangs, as you might expect for these creatures. They are fairly fast. They can be dangerous, as you might expect. And of course they can fly.
Yep. So once they've stopped gloating over Sky Blue, good.
They don't seem to be gloating anytime soon. Stop gloating. They're just going to continue.
Then at some point, Alarian's going to project their voice so it is easily heard because they'll be louder. And they say, for someone who wishes to mock the person you just caught in your trap, perhaps you should also remain more alert as to your surroundings. And then they ignite the Star Sword and hold it across so it's like illuminating their face and start stepping forward.
So they do the minute you start speaking, these creatures which have very sensitive hearing are like, oi, whoop around, and then when you do that, shing, like Kenobi in the darkness type of thing, and then step forward, and they're like, right, it seems you've brought some friends, Sky. Let's be clear, we're not giving this one up. It's going to be time for you to learn what it's like to fight down here in the Fallen. I would like from everybody, please, that little thing we like to call initiative.
Don't forget to touch yourself.
Let's get, I have the turn order up there.
I'm sorry.
And let's get some.
Where am I?
What
There I
happens in
am.
the dark of Sharn stays in the dark of Sharn. All right. Is it?
Oh, I probably should not go first.
I wasn't feeling it.
Okay.
That's okay.
I'm enjoying Ilarian's line.
Mhm.
There we go. I did not hit the wrong thing. Oh, wait, it was the thing. Well, take it anyways.
It was the thing.
The thing. There we go. Oh, we're going at the same time. All right. I assume you have a better dex than 10, Jen, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I am
you're going.
quite a bit faster than you.
You're going first.
That's okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a buff. So I'm about to enter combat with this thing.
I was just figuring out which thing I was going to use to buff.
Okay.
There we go. That's what I'm looking for.
Nice. Do we have no map? Do we have no?
Maybe. That's what I want to check. I don't know if we have one for this or not. Let's see.
Okay, do you want to bless or do you want a shield of faith? Bless is multiple people. Shield of faith is just you.
What does bless do again? You think I'd remember, but I don't.
Bless does 3 creatures of my choice. Whenever you make an attack roll or a saving throw,
Yes, I do have a map.
for the next minute, so the next 10 rounds, you can roll and add a d4 to that number.
So as you can see, I do indeed have a map for this. I thought I did.
Whenever you make an attack roll or saving throw, you can add a d4 to that?
Yep, for the next 10 rounds.
Yeah, bless is good. I've got the armor.
And you
Bless
can
is
All right.
good. Yeah.
Well, in that case, I am going to bless
And you
Alarian.
yourself or
sister?
just, yeah.
No, and the girl that has been trapped.
Okay.
Because I trust you guys to protect me. And I trust Eberron to protect me. And I also want to prove to Sky Blue that we are on her side. So I will bless her.
Do you want us to drag ourselves onto the new map?
I would
Craig?
like you to do that, please. I am just
Awesome.
placing things, and I'm about to once again get charged for more tokens, because that's how they do things here. They're just like, you know what, this is perfect, and don't you want to do this? I'm like, yes, I do. And they're like, all right, well, then we're just going to make it really easy by...
Cough up some bucks.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly how we're going to manage things.
Well, it is Web 3.0, Arv. You
I
know
know.
this.
Yeah, I
the way
know.
it is, yeah.
I know,
Nickel and dime you to death.
I know the drill.
But you'll have all these great tokens. So there you go.
Yep,
Mhm.
it's true.
Okay. Yeah.
Locking me
Absolutely.
ever further into their ecosystem.
Yeah. Let's see. I was out in the front. Mermaid, you want to be behind me next to Nisiana?
Yeah, as long I'll stay close to my sister, but I'm gonna head into
Yeah, I figured.
yeah, you know, I like to
Well,
stab.
Why don't you move back to her? Because I'll be starting off first, and then you can come in after me.
Yeah, we need to figure out how far away we are from things.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that I can, like,
Bear with me, I'll get there in just a sec.
Yeah, no worries.
throw. Let's see. Okay.
Thank you for the
here's
bless,
that
Jen. That's a
spell.
really good start.
Yep.
Although you're going to have to do that, you will have to do that during your turn, though.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Well, that's what I'm doing. That I'm first, so I'm doing that.
Okay.
first.
Well, so we'll see if you go ahead of them.
Oh yeah,
we
because they
shall-
have to.
We shall find that out. But no, I mean, in general, I'm.
They retooled all this. That's interesting.
Oh wait, you deleted our turn order.
What? No?
With the new map.
Yeah, I need to draw over to the new map, Marv.
What do you mean? Oh,
I
really?
have a black box with turn order and nothing in it.
How about
Yep.
now?
You.
Is that better now?
No.
No.
We have nothing.
As soon as you moved to the new map, it's a new turn order window.
Oh, all right. Let me delete these because you just remember your numbers, okay? And I'll put them back
Yeah.
in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're right in a.
26. So,
No.
Yeah.
85.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a reason I play a character like Nisiana is I'm generally very straightforward about pretty much frickin' everything. Unless I'm LARPing, and then I can lie my teeth off and nobody will know. But in a D&D type game, I tend to be very front-facing.
Okay. Let's see. Just got these guys sized.
Yeah, I thought those were a little big. Jeez. Like, wow.
Well, this guy is even 3 times. No.
He makes up for the other four
Ah.
small ones. Werebats,
Werebats. They're goblin werebats, basically.
Okay. all
Okay.
good.
So, do you now see yourself, Tangent, just so I
No,
can...
we just see. Wait, how did Tantan went to 16 to 7?
Yeah, because you just re-rolled it, so...
Yeah, I just
Oh.
re-rolled it and changed the number to 7, which is what it was before.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do too.
Oh,
Okay, so we just pick ourselves and re-roll, and then.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then set your number back to what it was.
Oh, dang it! Get on there.
All right, what was your original number, Tangent?
7. That's what it is.
Oh, what's that? Oh, so you're able to switch it yourself.
Yeah,
Oh,
we can
cool.
just click
Are
on
we?
it.
Okay,
Oh,
that's
we
cool. I thought
are.
only I could do that.
Nope.
No, apparently. Oh, wait.
You've given us the power. Oh, sorry.
You just have to trust us not to change it to like 83.
Apparently, I cannot do this.
Hmm.
Oh, wait.
Me.
eh,
Click on
You
your
have to-
token. Wait.
Okay,
hey,
I did do it.
click on the box. You can just click on the box in turn order, and it'll give you an open box. Like your 13.
Where your number is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I just did that, and it's sort of showing it.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
There
I had
you
to
go.
hit enter.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm mildly deficient.
So are we all, my friend.
Yeah, it happens.
So we make a good team. As
Okay,
long as
sorry,
one
just
of us is
positioning
able,
so I
we're
can see where
good.
everybody is.
It's kind of like when you and I go shopping. As long as one of us has the brain cell.
Yes.
If you want
Chaos
to,
organization.
you can right click on your token, click on the gear, and when it opens up, you can put in your name, and click save, and it'll put your name in the turn order for your character.
Ah,
Like mine?
Yeah.
I don't know why my name is there when I put it in, but I feel very good right now.
my name is there, but I don't see anybody else's name.
Yeah, it's funny. I see my name and no one else's either.
See, I see my name and Alarian's, but Alarian's was in there when the
Why
turn
does
order-
Alarian have a status effect on him?
It's the bless. Whenever
Oh, right, it's the
because
bless.
you can add that to my, well, once you cast it actually. But yeah,
Yes.
that's why
Okay.
I'm pre-blessing myself. Yeah.
Call that blessing.
Also, hi,
Mhm.
Jagtress. Hello, everyone. Sorry, just placing monsters on a map.
Which never happens indeed.
Sometimes it's really hard to help people. They're really difficult sometimes.
They are. Oh, mauve.
All right.
Okay, let's see.
There we go.
It's fine.
Okay,
Mm.
and let's see.
If we're going to suck a blood,
Okay,
I had to say it when he mentioned the fangs. Like that's not very nice.
It's a good thing Tangent's not a different kind of character.
Hmm.
Okay.
I just imagine him with one of these werebats on its back on the ground with his boot basically in the middle of his chest, holding it down, slowly bending its fangs outwards to get him to give it him his whatever information he's looking for.
I can. Yeah, you talk about another character that I'm familiar with.
Maybe.
Okay, yeah. I think I saw that, sir, when I saw a certain laundry cycle, being
Maybe.
done with certain creatures.
Yes, but that was werewolves. That was different.
That was even, yeah. I suppose
There's no
that's true.
mercy. Yeah.
That was even worse.
Brilliant though. That was effing brilliant.
Yeah, it was something.
And
I don't know. Well, it was going to be a hard fight, but we just get to sit back and They done yet? No, they're going through the spin cycle now.
Yep, absolutely. Okay.
We've got it set for 4 rinses. Ugh.
Okay.
Gonna be all pruny.
And even were creatures have to breathe. Yeah.
Where sharks.
Well, hey, they gotta breathe too if you plugged up their gills somehow. They gotta keep moving. So,
Okay, so Alarian here is at 17.
Or you just levitate them out of the water into the air and then they're...
Nisiana, what is your raw dexterity?
16.
Higher than Alarian's.
Oh, she's going first for sure.
Okay, I figured as much, but...
My big old 10 there, not gonna cut it.
I have halfling's nimbleness.
Exactly.
Okay, so we've got that, and then that.
What the...
Okay, Tanton, what is your raw dex score?
15. But I'm
Okay.
way far away.
No, I
from you.
know.
I'm not.
I know.
Maybe some bad guys got the same number as you.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Maybe. Okay, and Spanner will...
I mean,
currently in
nobody else
pieces.
did. Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
poor Spanner.
Okay,
right.
so here we go. Let's do this. All right. So yes, this is the sequence you can see. Now, one important point to make about this. The rubble that you see here is these little bits of rubble are all difficult terrain. If a character, if you are knocked prone in this, there may be negative effects because of all of the glass that is covering the ground. So, and crystal and stuff like that. If you're staying upright, all of you have boots and everything, so you're not going to have to worry about.
Or they don't touch the ground.
Yeah, or they hover. But if you are knocked prone, then that's going to be something we'll have to talk about. So just keep that in mind. So with all of that said, okay. With all of that said, let's talk about what everyone's going to do. Let us start. I believe Marame is up. Nope, it's Nisiana. Goes first. Okay, Nisiana, what do you want? You wanted to cast Bless, yes?
I cast Bless on my 2 compatriots and on this Sky Blue.
Okay. Okay.
So she also adds a D4 to all savings and attack rolls.
Got it. Okay. Let's see. And also, I suppose I need to put out...
Token for her?
There's one down there.
That was, but I think what I was doing, I think I was going to use that for her, but I think I'm going to use that instead for our good friend Stormflower.
Stormflower. He's going to be fine.
Good friend, but I thought you and I were good friends.
Is everybody a good friend? Does none of it mean anything?
Good. Hey, it's another target for them to go after. That's perfect.
Yeah, but
Another body. You just stand there and sing menacingly.
And in Werebat sign language, this means kill the other bard.
Let's see.
You may be good friends, drink with him. Yes, exactly.
His name is Chug.
Okay. Let's put that as what we'll use for her, and we're going to put her over here.
Hey, Prince Justin.
Currently underneath a net. Hey, Prince Justin. Okay. All right. So you have cast Bless. Where are you going to move? These are, I believe, I think these are probably 5-foot squares because let's try to get a sense of how big it would be under the bridge otherwise.
The scale
90,
is
100,
set.
110. Yeah, because otherwise it would be like 200 feet underneath the bridge, which is not it's not accurate. So I think these are 5-foot squares. Each of these little mini squares here are 5 feet.
Okay, so it's 5 foot. All right. Okay.
I may slightly shrink just for the sake of.
So DCN, are you moving or staying where you are?
I will be moving up with you guys.
But
not-
when we do, if you're holding your action.
Well, holding
Oh.
your move in this case, I guess.
Uh,
I guess I should say I'm holding my move until the rest move up.
Okay, that's fine.
Because I am smart enough
we
not
go.
to run out in front.
Okay.
I'm
Hey, Triffid.
Impulsive, not stupid.
Okay. So, given that's the case, then we'll move on to Alarian is up next.
Yep. Well, then they will start moving forward. And what is the? Hang on a second. I gotta look up something real quick. I just think I have it written down. Nope. It is. Okay, I gotta get a little closer. So yeah, what he's gonna do, what they are gonna do, excuse me, is move up 30 feet, and then since they'll be in range, they will throw a javelin at one of them.
Okay.
The last javelin. I figure it's gonna be right like
The final
30
javelin.
feet. It's gonna be like right here, basically. Yeah.
You don't
Uh,
retrieve your javelins?
They have broken. It's I have when I could, but I just lost them. Some of them have been stuck in things that have then been crushed when they rolled over. It's
Okay.
it's been a
Since
whole
you
thing.
moved up, I am also moving up, but not quite as close.
I should
Well,
probably replace those when I'm in Shard. They have been actually very useful. And then I will roll a javelin at this guy, the guy straight ahead of me. Bat boy. Right there.
Yep, got it.
That boy, gonna run you through.
What you gonna do when he
And that
echolocates
was
on you? Okay.
17. Right?
Yeah. So you have a 19. Is that what I see?
Plus
Looks like it.
7. Oh yeah, plus 7. Yeah. 19. Yep,
That will
correct.
hit.
Okay. Why do I have 10 points of damage? That
I don't
doesn't
know, because you rolled
make sense.
1d6 plus strength.
Oh, I rolled max. That's it. They're both. This is still doing the weird add extra die, but yeah, it's a 6 plus 4 is 10.
So 10 points of damage. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That is a
Damn.
big strike. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Now, actually, just to be clear here, your weapon, I know it's a star sword, counts as magical?
Yes.
Really? Or just you really were ambitiously hoping so?
No. It's been magical before.
Okay, that's
It
what
is
I want.
magic-
That's what
yeah,
I thought so. Okay.
because it is literally a beam of starlight. I think there's no way that thing can't be. I mean, it doesn't do extra damage. At the very least, I should be able to, if you ask me what I think you are, should be able to hit things that need that kind of ability to hit.
Okay. Although, wait, actually, you threw a javelin at it, though, right?
There we go.
Yeah, which means that's not going to do as much as I thought it would, will it?
Is the javelin
It is
magical?
not. No, it's not.
So you hit this thing and you're like, yeah. And the bat looks down and does this, and then looks, pulls it out, and and just tosses it over. It looks like it did nothing to it.
Okay. Yep.
Oh, attitude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Well, in that case,
So everyone like immediately is like, right, book 2, like part 2 of the. Okay. So, all right, Larian,
rude.
you are staying where you are because you think we moved up already. So,
Yep. They're going to come to me, obviously. Yeah.
all right, that's going to lead us next to Marame.
Okay, so I am going to follow along. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's like this. So I'll kind of go over my sister and go in front of her with love. And then I am going to look at the. Wait, let me just make sure that I know what my spell actually does. Yeah. Okay, to look at this one right here.
Yep.
And point, and then give a little grin. And he's going to hear dissonant whispers will start to take over his mind.
Oh man, dissonant whispers. Okay.
I love
Dissonant whispers. You got a song for that one?
actually, is what's his face on the map somewhere?
Stormflower.
Right up there.
Yeah.
It's right here.
He's up there. Yeah.
Oh, he's way in the back. That's okay. He can stay in the back.
I know how to use my spells.
Okay.
Why aren't you? Oh, wait, there it is. Sorry, it's asking me at what level. I'm going to cast it at level 2.
Okay. Wisdom saving throw of DC 16. All right. Let's see
Yeah.
if he makes it. Let's see how wise this bat truly is. It is. It was wise, but not wise enough.
We call that D-U-M-B, dumb.
Not wise enough. Okay, those dissonant whispers will indeed affect it. So. That means,
So you take. I just rolled 7 in damage, which is, good roll, Marie. But it immediately triggers, because you failed a wisdom saving throw, it immediately triggers your reaction, so you are going to run the other way.
Okay. And so
Or-
actually, instead of running, it actually turns and basically half flies this way.
What's his fly speed? Doesn't matter. That's how far he moves.
Yeah,
let's
he
see,
goes his full
5,
movement. Not into a dangerous area,
10,
but he goes
15,
his full
20,
movement.
25. Yeah, that's
He
right.
runs
That's
away in
that's
the
movement.
direction
Yes.
of away.
Oh no, I take that back. I take that back because he's in hybrid form, so he goes farther. So so he's
Well,
off
that's
the
what his
map.
flight speed was.
Like basically he's not on this map. Okay, so he's basically flying in that direction.
Sir, no longer appearing in this frame.
Yes. Let's see. But that's only going to be on this first turn, right? Then he comes back afterwards, I believe.
Unless he changes his mind and goes somewhere else.
Right. Okay. All right. Good stuff. All right. And you moved up Marameda there, so you're going to stay there, I assume. Okay. Sir, not appearing on the map at present. Yes. Okay. Now the bad guys go. So first of all, Screef! He's going to turn around and come back. So he went 60
I
feet
meant to
that
do
way.
that.
Yeah, seriously. But it does mean that he's only going to get back basically to where he started
To where
from.
he was, yeah.
Yeah. So he's not going to do anything.
He got some
yet.
good cardio in, though. His wings flapping.
Let's see how these ones are going to do this. I think this one is going to go for the big tanky.
No.
The big tanky. Marame, just kidding. No, the big tanky.
That's me.
He's wearing his Fitbit, and he had to get his flaps in. I'm sorry.
That's right.
Okay, so he comes flying on in. And he is going to make 2 attacks. And you notice that each of these are holding short, curved swords. And so first he attempts to swing at you with an 18, which I imagine is not going to hit.
Correct.
Right, Alarian? And then he's going to try to bite you.
Oh, okay then. Sassy pants.
That's not going to... It's
Ting!
That is,
Yeah.
Ow!
that is going to
Aye.
be 10, so it's not going to get anywhere close. I know 13, but that's obviously not going to hit.
Yeah.
So
If
that-
the 18
yeah,
didn't work, yes.
Just sort of like
That's-
bites on your metal. And,
Orthodox is going to be so mad.
I thought I was supposed to gnaw on my shield, not you.
Okay. Second one is going to come here, I think, and do the same thing.
Okay.
First scimitar.
Right?
That is a 22.
Ooh, he got in.
Okay.
Or is it Ty goes to the defender or the attacker?
Tie goes to the attacker.
Yeah, he got in. He got me on that one.
So
Right.
that's going to be with the scimitar, and he is going to do 8 slashing damage. So how much of this do you want to come off of your Aegis, and how much?
4 off the armor and 4 off of me.
All right. So that leaves you with 18 out of 22 on the Aegis, right?
Yes.
And 42 out of 46. Okay.
correct.
And then he's going to try to bite you.
Okay.
Not super friendly.
Chompy, as Trent always says. But that is an 11, and that's not going to get the job done.
No.
All right, now the other ones with startling speed, this one is going to fly around and is going to attack Nisiana.
Ooh.
Extra speed for these creatures. Okay.
So Greg, just because I did roll a 19.
Yeah.
Their bite. What does it do anything in specific? Like, does it poison, blind, charm, deafen, frighten, paralyze, poison, or stun? Or have necrotic?
None of those that you just
Interesting.
mentioned.
Okay.
So attempts to scimitar you with an 11. I assume misses.
Oh yeah, I am faster than that.
Okay, and then is going to attempt to bite you, and
Okay.
that is going to be a 15.
Hold on. That is not good enough. I am fast
Okay.
and little.
All right. So misses you and kind of in frustration.
Was it doing kind of a swoop attack, or is it actually flew down, landed,
Kind
and
of
is
flew
engaging
around,
her?
didn't know, kind of like swooped, kind of flew up and then immediately down,
Okay.
and landed to be able to do this.
I guess I didn't ask my question correctly. What does their bite do?
You don't know that you know that.
Even at a 19?
Yeah, because there are only legends of it.
Okay.
Because, well, no, I mean, I'll tell you what the legend is. The legend is that people who are bitten by lycanthropic creatures can sometimes contract lycanthropy.
Ah,
Oh.
that's not poison?
Nisiana Jurassic
no.
the werebat.
That would be qualify as a curse, actually. And I
Yeah.
don't believe you mentioned
Ooh.
curse in your
I did not,
list.
in fact, mention curse. But now that I know the word
I happen to
curse,
have an anti-curse, okay, now this last one. Is this last one going to... Yeah, they
Oh,
like to gang up on creatures. They're going to try to also go after Nisiana here. First,
I don't know. I kind of want to see
scimitar.
if Ilarion would contract that and what would happen.
A werebat, Starforged.
Starforged, Warforged.
Oh, my God.
Aegis.
22 with the scimitar this time, Nisiana.
yes, I am hit.
Okay. That is going to do...
Yes. Exactly. You get light and passion. You get wings, big bat wings. Come on,
Yeah,
that'd be kind of
that's
cool.
pretty awesome. 7 points of damage.
Okay.
I'm glad to hear about that, Triffid. I'm glad that went well anyway. Okay, so 7 points of damage there. And then it's going to try to bite you, Nisiana.
Okay.
And is going to try to do so. Ooh, that's a 24.
That definitely hits.
Greg,
Yeah.
I heard Nisiana get hit and I whipped around.
Okay.
And the second I see that he bites her, I cast Silvery Barb. I point at him and I said, I don't think so.
Interesting. So, triggering creature must reroll the d20 and use a lower roll. I see. Okay.
Yes. Would you like to roll that one again?
Sure.
Please,
I will
do
not.
lower, by all means.
Critical hit. No, I'm just kidding. But it does roll a 19.
19 still hits. I am.
You tried.
I-
You tried.
I am bit.
But I will give Nisiana advantage on her next roll, though.
Okay, and that was a good call. And Nisiana might need it because, okay, so first of all, let's talk about the cool things this does. Okay, first of all, from the bite, you're going to take 5 points of piercing damage from this bite, Nisiana. But also, I'm going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw, hence the reason that this thing that your sister just did was a good idea. So you have
Except it didn't
advantage
work.
on this.
Yeah,
Oh,
you have
that was-
advantage on this. That's true.
Which
That's
is a good
because
thing.
the first one was a 6.
Oh, no!
Five.
Well,
Oh, no. Wait, did I roll a 1 at all? Nope. I
No,
rolled a 2.
No.
You just
yeah.
rolled shitty, but not shitty enough.
well, Nisiana,
I
you
am-
feel
I
its
am
fangs, and
down.
something may have happened. We shall see whether or not anything might happen. Interesting. Okay.
As I'm sitting here going, oh, what do I have? What do I have? Lesser restoration.
You're like, do I have counteract werebat lycanthropy? Okay.
Oh, I do.
Fortunately, I happen to take that niche spell. Now,
I
who's
don't
laughing
think
now?
I-
Mr. Jones from 3rd grade.
I don't think I have greater restoration, which is what I think I need.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. All right, anyway, we'll worry about that later on. Okay, so, and this other guy was just literally flying back after being dissonant whispered. And so that's going to lead us finally to Tanton. Now, Tanton, you are not in range, like no one can ping you or anything about this. So all you know right now is that you're just headed. But they are also headed in that same direction. So I assume there's not a whole lot to ask you as to what you want to do, except that you're trying to you're trying to just stay in range of these dudes, right? Like to see them as they go down, or are you trying to overtake the 3 that passed you?
No, just following them. As I was going to say, as Roscoe P. Coltrane would have put it, would have been, but
In hot pursuit.
that would have been hot pursuit, which would have been attempting to overtake, which is not what Tanton
Right.
is doing. He's basically following so that he's going to be far enough away that when they get to where they're going and engage the thing, that he can come you're charging in from behind.
Got it.
Kind of thing.
Sounds like a plan. Okay. All right. So you go. There you go. Okay. Now, Sky Blue is going to go, and you don't know what Sky Blue is doing, but she is underneath the net, so you can probably take a guess.
Put the bless marker on her.
Oh yes, quite right. Thank
Mhm.
you. What do we
Attacks
use?
the dead fiercely.
What do we use for the bless? Was it
I'm using the angel wings thing in there. It's the closest one I could come to. Yeah.
angel wings? Angel wings.
It's like the bottommost row.
It's the same one that's on the.
Got it. Thank you.
There
Okay.
we go.
Right. Okay. And then
She does
Stormflower.
something.
So, Stormflower is
Cast the Song of Mass Werebat Destruction.
yeah.
There, he agreed. You heard him. Clip it.
Yep, let's do it. All right, fight's over.
Okay. No,
I
what
know
he's
you're
actually going to
damn it.
do.
Also, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay. He, let's see, is going to. No, I guess that is something he might have liked to do, but probably wouldn't do in this particular case. Okay. So instead, he is going to. Ah, yes, that is exactly what he would do. Okay. So he is, he points at the two that are attacking you, Nisiana. And suddenly his voice, he goes from, he's looking at them, and instead of doing his usual, like, whatever, he starts singing, "All my friends know the low rider," and points at them. Some magic is being done. And he is going to, let's see whether they make their, one of them does. Wow. Okay. So for a moment, Nisiana, you see that these two creatures seem like they might be starting to move slowly, but then they shake it off. And sort of, and they're sort of like, "I'll be here for you later, Bard." And he sort of is like, "I'm running just as fast as I can." And he goes back behind the rubble right there. Okay, but he was clearly trying to help there. All right, that's going to bring us up to the top. Nisiana, you were up. You have been bitten by these creatures. There are two of them on you now.
So the question is Guardian of Faith or Sacred Flame? Or sorry, no, or Spiritual Weapon. I think I'm going to do Spiritual Weapon.
Okay. Let's see if I have a spiritual weapon that I can
Yeah, I'm
give
going to
you.
do Spiritual Weapon and let's see. Where's my... And I'm going to attack the one, I guess, who's biting me. Oh, that's a big spiritual weapon.
There you go. That's a little bit better.
That's good. Crush him.
And let me give you control over that.
Okay, so which one's actually biting me? This one?
Okay. That one was the one that bit you. I mean, the
Okay,
other one
so-
tried, but that one actually just bit you. He,
All right.
by the way, is not continue. He just bit you and then stepped back.
yeah.
Although you did notice. Oh no, he had not been hit. The only one who's been hit so far, I think, is this dude.
Okay,
Down
well,
here. So
There's this dude who is attacking me directly, and that is a
That
bad
is
thing.
about to change.
yeah, right.
So I am gonna attack him at advantage because now he's flanking. So am I? Oh, I
Nice.
am rolling well today.
Wow.
Mhm.
Have you? By the way, have you seen in chat the DeviantArt link that they just placed for Alarian Werebat? You should look
I
at this,
did
John.
not.
Oh,
Yet.
you should look at Light and Passion.
Oh, I did already. Yeah, that's my
Werebat Alarian. Oh man, I didn't see that picture. That's
No.
wild.
Is it really only 8 points?
It's like that and some weird Decepticon late stage
Oh,
Transformers thing.
Yeah,
With a little
I
green
actually
that's
did
a
the
goblin.
spell
Predacon,
damage
yeah.
wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
Let me do the spirit the weapon at the correct level.
Okay.
Sorry. Not
Right.
much better, but it's still there.
So 26 obviously hits, and it's 11 force damage.
Yep, 11 force damage.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
that
Jesus.
one is.
That's brilliant and
Okay.
terrifying.
I know, right? Kind of want it now.
Don't become a werebat. I do not want to become a were-Nisiana.
No, we'll get you help.
Yeah.
You're from
Okay.
House to Jurassico. We can get you help.
Okay, good stuff. Awesome. Okay, good. All right, good stuff, Nisiana. Do you want to move? Now, obviously, you could only move so far without triggering an attack of opportunity.
Can
but
I move there?
11 horse damage. No, not horse damage, dragon. Force damage. Yes, you can move there by just disengaging 5 feet. You are then
That's-
putting yourself right in range of this dude, although he's currently occupied with
Except
your
that puts me
tanky
also in
friend.
range of Alarian's shield.
Yes, that's quite right. Okay,
It puts
so
me back to back. So I'm like, oh, fuck.
no, it makes sense. So you disengage to there. That seems reasonable. That brings us down to Alarian. Merime, you are on deck. Alarian, what would you like to do?
The one that this guy right here.
Yes.
There. I will be attacking him twice with my star sword.
Sword.
Right.
Star sword, nothing
15?
but star sword.
Oh,
That
thanks.
is going to hit. Yes.
Oh, good. All right. So then he's going to take 6.
Okay.
Okay. So I need to get. All right. And then second attack.
Radiant.
It is radiant damage for that one. Wait,
Does not have
it's the
does not have
9.
any extra effect on him. It doesn't appear to.
Okay. The 9 would be a miss.
Okay.
I don't
Yes.
know why it rolled twice for some reason. That's weird.
9
okay,
will
yeah.
not hit.
No. All right. Well, tagged him at least.
Yep.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
You have opened
right.
things up, and I assume you're staying where you are.
Yes, I am.
All right. Merime, you are up next then.
You were flanking this guy.
Yeah, but I don't have a magical weapon, and I've already seen that Alarian's weapon had no effect.
Yeah, I
so
don't-
Have a
yeah.
magical weapon? Oh.
I don't think
It
so. Let me check. But I think
All
I
the
just
cool
have a
kids have magical weapons.
well,
You need to
shit.
fix that.
We do. I'm not that cool. I could be cooler.
You're very
Um,
cool. You don't need a
thank
magical
you.
weapon to be cool.
Thank you.
However, comma, we need to get you a magical weapon.
It would be cool
It's-
when
Okay.
I'm going to target the 2 banums at the top there.
Oh.
Greg?
Oh, shit.
What?
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 Because I'm staying. Oh, wait. Spending an action. No, never mind. Never mind. Next turn. Next turn.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Merime.
Go.
You good?
Yep.
Okay, so the 2 at the top that attack Nisiana, and
Yep.
then this one here that's closest to her, and I'm going to cast. You know what? I can do it on. Actually, I'm going to cast this at a level higher, at level 2, so I can target the other one flanking Alarian. I'm casting Bane, so they each have to make a
Very
charisma saving throw.
Okay. Well, fortunately, these guys are very charismatic. No.
I
they're-
could tell.
Okay. So these 2 up here and this dude here.
And these 2, actually, I cast it at a level higher, so I could get 4 of them.
Oh, nice. All right.
So all 4 of those that are kind of immediately within our.
All right, 1, 2, 4, 5. All right, so let's see. For this guy, what are we looking at for DC?
Oh.
DC 16.
Okay, so this dude is going to make it. He is not baned, apparently.
Loser.
Um,
Loser.
The second one, the one below, wow, is once again. You said I'm sorry, DC what? I'm so sorry.
16.
So he has. Oh no, it's only no. He had 17, so he also makes it.
Oh,
Now these 2 up here, the ones who attacked your sister.
fail. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to
Yeah,
stop
that
us
one is
from
a
being
5, so that's definitely a miss.
bit. Good.
And the other one is, practically throws himself into your bane with this terrible roll. So these 2 up top are affected. The 2 down bottom are not.
Perfect. Good.
Okay. So with the bane, what do we got with this situation? Whenever a target that fails a saving throw makes an attack roll or saving throw before it ends, which is up to a minute, target must roll d4, subtract the number rolled from the attack roll or saving throw. Please remind me of that if I forget.
Yeah, so every attack roll, every saving throw, you got to roll a d4
Yep.
and subtract it. So
Sounds like a plan. And remember concentration. So you got your 1 concentration up here.
Arv, you want to mark
yes.
those 2 with some sort of
Yeah,
sigil
I'm going
on
to
that,
put something
please?
like that,
Yeah.
like a
Upside down angel wings.
There's a
let's
broken
see.
sword or something there that would work.
how hurt do you look, Nisiana?
I am not that hurt. I have taken just under about. I've taken 12
We're going
points.
to go with that.
So I'm okay. I'm a
Yeah,
hardy
that'll
little
work. Yep.
halfling,
Okay.
and I'm about to do a thing.
Okay.
You're about to do
Both
a
of those.
thing.
All right. Merime, are you moving anywhere?
No, I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna stay within Alarian and Nisiana's 5-foot ranges so that we can give each other, well, they can give me advantages. I can't give anything advantages, but I will turn to Nisiana and I will say, Nisiana, your powers here are going to make a hell of a difference in this battle, like in any battle. I will not even make a joke. Don't get bit again. I'll put my hand on her shoulder and I give you 1d8 of inspiration.
Okay.
I like that you're just like at all times.
Wait, I
just
have
like you've
already
always
have
been.
advantage on my next roll, right?
Just
Oh, wait,
you can use it in the next 10 minutes.
Okay.
And you add a d8 to anything except damage rolls.
And
Basically.
also,
Okay.
you don't have advantage on your next roll because you used that up
Yeah.
Did use it.
for
Never
a con
mind.
for the
Yeah.
saving throw.
And I failed.
Yep, sadly.
Yeah, we tried. We tried.
It
Okay,
happens.
these two, Merime, are probably not surprisingly after that going to come after you.
That's fine.
So they are going to gang up on you. The first one is going to try to attack with his scimitar, and I'm going to subtract that in a minute. Well, I don't need to. He's already colossally missed. And is going to attempt to bite you, and that is... Okay, let's see how much less. 14, counting everything?
That misses.
Okay. So, complete miss on that guy. All right, the second guy is going to attack you. That's terrible. And then is going to attempt to bite you. And that might be something, depending on how this goes. 17?
That misses.
How much by?
I've got by 1. I've got 18.
So that was your thing worked just then because it would have gotten over it if it wasn't for that. So good stuff on that. Okay, now the ones that were not affected down below are going to attack Larian still, I think. First one is going to scimitar swing. 18
Nope.
is a miss. And then 24 on the bite.
The bite will hit.
Oh. No. Take it back. Silvery barb. Reroll, please.
I love silvery barbs.
I get 1 reaction a turn. I'm using it.
Do you have, this is a level 1, right? So you're
Yeah, it is a
So you're
level
using
1,
up slots. Okay, that's fine.
I am out of level 1s, but I can use higher slots if I need them.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
listen,
I've
this
got
is-
1 level 1, sorry.
I mean, it's this is why we do it. Okay, so let's see
Yeah.
if he does that a second time. I shall attempt to bite you a second time. No, he does not. So good work on the silvery barb. Who are you giving the advantage to?
I'll give it to Alarian this time, so you get advantage on your next roll, Alarian, attack or saving throw.
Okay. I'll take that.
All right, so now second guy is going to attempt to attack and bite.
Anthony's gonna get down there, and everybody's gonna be werebats except for him.
Join
It's gonna
us.
be some weird Star Trek thing. Which of you is the real werebat? No, it's me. You know,
And it'll be kind of hilarious for all of us to have to go figure out how to not become werebats.
exactly.
Well,
Night, Emily. I'm not
We
even
have-
sure I can become one, to be quite
Good-
honest. I don't see
good
how
night,
that
Emily.
would
I don't
work. Well, it's
Based
a
on the
curse. But
deviant
actually,
art, you
I can
certainly
be
can.
Yeah.
cursed. I can be cursed. It's, yeah.
First of all, good night, Emily. And secondly, Prince Justin, yeah, the bards become super badasses as we go on. Okay, this guy is going to critically hit you with the scimitar, actually.
Ooh.
Ow. Oh,
And
that's not very nice.
so let's see. That is going to be 9 points of slashing damage to you, Alarian.
5 to the armor and 4 to me. Oh, 13. And 4 to me, 30. There we
Okay,
go.
got it.
and even if you are bit, we won't really know until the first full moon anyway, so we've got time.
Right. You were just saying to yourself as you're flying down, how lovely the moon looks tonight, full as it is. Like, God damn it.
Oh.
Gold and silver.
I'm sure that won't come back later to haunt us. Okay. All right. Now he's going to attempt to bite you, but that is going to be a horrific miss. So, okay. That is him. Now, this guy is like, scream, finally has arrived back on the scene after being freaked out. Who is he going to go for? I think he's going to go for the person who dissonantly whispered at him. So I think he's going to avoid Alarian. He's going to go around here. Again, they're using their agility and speed here. And is going to attempt to attack you, Merime. First with his scimitar again. That is a 13.
Nope.
And then with his bite, and that's a 14.
Misses.
Good turn by that guy. All right.
Ooh.
Okay, and that's going to bring us to Tantin. So Tantin, you can see that you are they have, continue to close the gap. You're probably, your guess, Tantin, 2 turns before they, and then you would arrive on the scene a turn later. So you're probably 3 turns away. Just keep that in the back of your mind as we're going through. Sorry,
No
it's just the
problem.
way that the combat worked out.
That's fine. That's
Okay.
fine.
Sky Blue is up next. I don't think any of you are in a position to do perception checks because you're a little busy fighting against a bunch of werebats. So I'm not going to tell you what Sky Blue is doing. I will say that Stormflower is going to step forward, and again is going to be like, he steps forward and goes, slow it way down, slow it way down. And
Demonetized.
let's see. And apparently, okay, well, one of them is going to make it, but the other one doesn't. So this one over here seems to be, to both Nisiana and Merime, moving much slower. If you had to guess, just like, it's like, oh, you'll pay for this. And he's like, I'll bet you will in double time. And he jumps back behind the rubble again. Okay, Nisiana, you are up next. Valerian is on deck.
I am going to from her, the crown of her head where the dragon mark is, it flares to life. And instead of just merely life, dragons come out and start surrounding us within 30 feet. So that includes Sky Blue. And Valerian, how badly hurt are you?
I'm 38 of 46.
Okay. First I heal you for
1 million damage.
9 points of damage.
Sweet.
You get
Back
9
up to
points
full.
back.
Fantastic.
And then my sacred weapon attacks the dude that's flanked. It does, so 19 hit.
19 will hit.
Okay, so 19 plus does 6 points of damage.
Okay.
And because it hit, it moves 20 feet, or it moves to basically here. And it hits this guy at flanked, because it can do that.
So wait, first of all, it hit this one at flank?
It hit this one. This first one
The
at
first
flank.
one at flank, okay, yep.
It moves 20 feet because it succeeded.
And now it's going to attack the other dude at flank.
Yep, at a 25.
All right, well, that will
so
hit.
it does 7 points of damage. And because I have the spell ring.
All enemies die thanks to the spiritual weapon combo attack.
Yes.
Yes, the spell ring. I re-up my level 3 spell, so I don't lose a spell slot. So I still have
Nice.
magic going. And everybody within a 30-foot range, which is, I can heal at any point. Let me. There, I put it in the thing. 2d6 plus 5.
Okay.
So I can now heal everybody as a bonus action.
All right.
Okay. All
and
right.
now you see the aura of the dragon.
Cool.
Oh, very nice. Okay. So yeah, remind us of that as we go through this.
Yeah, it's an aura of life 30 feet out.
Nice.
All right.
And it is not subtle.
Mhm.
Nisiana is not subtle.
It's awesome. Okay.
I imagine it's also shining off all the shards of crystal and glass.
Pretty much. And it's sparkling. It's beautiful. It's very cinematic.
Okay.
It's giving you a
Nice.
good shot of where you need to go.
Yeah. Oh, the beacon. Oh, I see it.
Beacon.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh,
stuff.
they're in combat.
All right.
Okay. So next up, good stuff, Nisiana. Next up, because you're not moving, right? You're staying right next to Ilarion for reasons we discussed.
Oh, yeah. No, I am staying at his back.
In the
within
aura.
his shield.
Okay.
And so that means not Nisiana, Merime, these two are both flanked based on where my
Yeah, again, I can't. My weapon's useless.
well, yeah,
I'll have to
okay.
fix that at some point. All right. Oh,
All
we
right.
good?
It's a good
On we-
idea, though.
So on we go then. Good stuff, Nisiana. Ilarion, you're up next. Mermaid's on deck.
All right. Well, speaking of auras, Ilarion also has one to do here since we happen to be all tightly together. And they enact what is called Soul Fortress.
Ooh.
And that
Just
There.
a fortress of souls just rises above you.
basically any allies within 5 feet get plus my proficiency bonus, which is +3 to their armor class for the entire turn.
Oh, nice.
Also, if damage does get through, if something manages to hit, I can, if I wish, I can redirect it to my armor. Now, the downside is I only get 1 attack with my bonus action, so I'm basically kind of planting myself, and the moats that usually surround me now surround both of you as well.
Yeah, I really I enjoy this class structure a lot because it's because it's like it's exactly what it does on the tin. You know what it says in the tin.
Yep, exactly. So, and then with my 1 attack, I will use that advantage you gave me, and I will attack the one I attacked earlier, and we're going to go hopefully pound it good.
Also, thank you for the follow, Rolling. Okay.
I really like. There it is.
Well.
Okay.
Nice.
The natural 20 not only does max damage, it's about time, goddammit. That critter is blinded for 1 minute.
He is.
Blinded for 1 minute. Okay, I want to talk about that max damage.
Yep. That is the first 20 I've rolled with this weapon.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
Greg is hiding his tears. He really likes his warbats.
Yeah.
And I thank you for the advantage. That was because it was a second roll, so I would have hit him, but yeah.
Yay.
Round of applause.
I give the round of applause.
Yay! I keep forgetting,
Yes.
but we're also blessed, so.
We are
Yeah, I know.
blessed.
I gotta remember that too. Exactly.
Me too.
Well,
I am
was-
not blessed,
Okay.
but I have blessed everybody else in the fight
Mhm.
other than Stormflower.
Right.
Okay, so you did how much damage? What is max damage for that?
Max damage is 12.
Okay, and on which guy?
It's the dude to my. Is that my left? My left. This guy.
This guy? Okay.
That dude. Yep.
So it did that, and he's blinded, you're saying?
He's blinded for the next minute. Yes. Finally.
It finally worked.
Well,
Well, as I was saying,
Kind of.
dude, Greg, that is the first 20 I've rolled with this character.
So I have
In
to say,
combat.
okay, I feel so bad for you, but
I know exactly what you're about to say.
so here's the thing about a bat.
Yep.
He
Oh,
still have
yeah.
eyes.
He's
I mean,
definitely
he has
blinded.
echolocation.
It's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
whether
yeah.
it matters on a bat.
Yeah,
He
I
has
suppose
blind
that's true.
fighting, I'm
Look,
Just so you
I'm
know, you're blinded. He's like,
I'm
oh, I
gonna
don't need
take
it.
it.
Sonar
Yeah,
ping,
chirp, chirp,
sonar
chirp, chirp,
ping.
chirp. Yeah, exactly. What's that? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Yeah. I'm still gonna take it, damn it, because it's still an entropy.
Oh man, that's so funny.
Celebrate it.
So, no, Red,
that
it
is
worked.
ironic, though.
Everyone
That-
saw
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Okay,
Exactly.
good stuff, Laren. So you're
That's my
gonna
turn.
you're gonna stay where you are. That leads us to
Yep.
Marame.
Okay, so
Next time, I'm gonna get the blind and deaf skill. Okay,
That is funny.
I'm working
yeah.
on it. We're gonna make you people.
1 sense at a time.
Yes.
I cast Insensate. Oh no.
Okay.
Oh, that's worse.
just curious. How bad do you think it would be if I cast Shatter? It's like
You're asking me this?
no, not you.
I was gonna say like, I don't.
Extremely bad, especially for Ilarion.
Yeah, don't. Alarian's within 5 feet of you. Therefore, Shadow will.
No, but
affect
it's
him.
within. It's not on me though. It's
Oh, no.
within a point of
Oh,
my
okay.
choice. So
That's
I'd put it
better.
like here and hit these two.
Okay, that's different.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do that.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I was
okay.
thinking of Thunderclap.
No, that Thunder Wave. Yeah, Thunder Wave. I'm not gonna do because I'd hit both of you.
And that would be
But yeah.
painful.
So I can cast it within 60 feet, and then everything within 10 foot of it will get. So I'll do it here. Actually, if I do it
Your spiritual
here-
weapon is not subject to damage. I don't think, Nisiana, right?
No,
That is correct.
Yeah. So yeah, you're good.
so I'll hit these two benums.
Yeah, just
Okay.
tag those ones. Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
So,
So-
casting Shatter.
Because they have
At
minus
level-
4 to their saving throws anyway.
Shadoobie.
They do. So they have to make a 16 Constitution save.
Yeah, up to 1d4 minus, I
Right.
believe it is, but yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so well that one that one misses horrifically, and the other one, yeah, misses before we even get to So they both are going to fail that one terribly. So that means damage they take is 10 thunder. Is that right?
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, it looks like it rolled at the same time. So.
Yeah, it did. Roll 20 is they're weird with their dice, their damage dice for some reason. I don't know.
Oh,
why
yeah,
it's
Talking
doing that.
about bats and sound.
Yeah. That's
Yeah, take that.
Yeah, and then it does that. So they're not made out of stone, crystal, or metal because that would have a disadvantage.
they are not.
And then yeah, so it makes a big sound. So hopefully that will hurt our sonar a little bit for the blinded one. That's for you, John.
Okay, so this guy who has already been previously hurt, is just devastated by that attack, and dies.
Ooh.
The other one next to him is also looking pretty hurt, and falls over. You think you just killed the one that was referred to as Nipper. So Nipper is now
Screw you,
officially
Nipper.
gone. Yeah, you suck, Nipper. Okay. Right. Okay, and Mermaid, you're going to stay where you are after that attack?
I'm liking it here. It's very nice.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, they get to go. First of all, we will have the two that are going to attack Alarian. First of all, the one on you, Alarian, pings you first to make sure. Gets a nice bounce back from your metal armor. And it's just like sizes you up, like framing it, like 22 with the scimitar.
You know what? Screw that. On my reaction, I'm going to spend a soul die, and I only need to roll a 1, so it's going to go off no matter what. And I'm going to add it to my armor class.
Okay.
Never done that before, but it's the first time for everything. Let's see. And
Yes.
I can't really fail because it's impossible. And I rolled a 5, so there you go.
So sting.
Now, I just realized something. I gotta look that up because I think my armor just went to 27 for the entire round then. But let me double check that because I don't know. You want to roll the bite attack on me?
Yes.
Yeah.
The bite attack is going to be a 15. So
Okay, miss anyways.
So the other dude is also going to attack you. 18 with the scimitar and a 21 with the bite.
Nope. They'll both miss anyways.
Okay. One that is attacking Merame, this one over here, is going to do so with scimitar attack of 8 and then a bite attack of 16.
Miss.
Yeah, great round for those folks.
Well, they got +3 armor and you have to take 1d4 off, so yeah.
Okay, so
that
wasn't one of the ones that was
guy.
Yeah, that was this dude up here who, speaking of which, is now going to attack Merame as well, but is going to have that -4 previously mentioned.
Yep.
So that's going to be counting the up to 1d4, 20, not natural. Merame?
That will not hit thanks to Alarian.
Oh,
welcome.
right. Okay.
+3 armor, baby.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then the
You are
other
welcome.
one, then he's going to try to bite you. And that's no chance of missing. That was a horrific round for them, but that's what happens when you gather a bunch of people together with an Aegis and have them use a ton of spells. Okay.
Well, and the whole, that's true.
Okay, Tanton, you are now, it looks like
Two
you will
rounds left.
reach, it looks like you will reach them actually by next round, it would be your guess, which will be important as we'll come back to in a minute.
Okay.
Sky Blue does whatever they're doing. You're still not in a position to see what that is. And then Stormflower is going to jump forward and is going to start looking at this guy and starts doing, "Once there was this kid who," and starts singing that. And this thing, let's see whether it's affected.
Okay.
I really want that to work.
I can see.
So
I can tell.
so desperately really want that to work. Okay, let me just give you
I'm such a child of the 90s.
Second. Actually, yeah, I've just been sticking with the 80s and 90s work. My son actually likes that. Dad, can you play which is literally the name of the song. It's called.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Anyway,
that is funny.
okay. Oh, that's a shame. I think he made. Oh wait, no, he gets he has the -4. Let's go. Oh, come on. Okay, so that's.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, okay, yay, that hits.
Yay, even the DM's happy.
Yay, just because I want him to be hit by that song, mostly. Okay, so, right, so they are going to take, looks like he's Dissonant Whispered, something you know a little bit about, Merame.
Great.
So that guy is going to take a total of that amount of damage. Oh, actually, no, that's enough. And he just he just dies. He hears it. He's just like,
Good.
he's just like, so then mostly because he was looking at me and got into the verse of just like, oh, he's just like, I can't take it, and
I
dies.
can't take it.
And he leaps behind the rubble.
Rosie hit him so hard.
All right.
Oh god. Okay.
That is hilarious.
Then we're gonna go back up to the top of the round with Nisiana. This will be our last round of combat for the night for reasons I'll explain.
Okay, so
We're gonna stop
who looks
mid-combat.
most
What the
hurt,
hell?
Mary May
Yep.
or Alarian?
Who's
Wait,
what?
I'm sorry. What was the question?
Who looks most hurt,
Not me.
Mary May or
Mary May.
Alarian?
I'm not hurt at all.
Oh,
Ben?
well, my armor's damaged, but you can't fix that. I'm
No, I
fine.
can't. So I'm hurt. All right, so I heal myself.
Good.
I'm going to heal myself for 10 points of damage.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah.
Who have you healed just now?
Myself.
Okay.
Me.
All right.
The one
Me.
who actually took some serious damage.
Indeed.
And then my sword, my sacred weapon,
Spiritual weapon.
is going to move to 20 feet to
Yep.
there. So
Oh, all right, fine.
there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to attack at advantage.
Okay.
And 23?
23 will hit. Not concentration, the spiritual weapon, right? I believe it isn't.
That's correct.
Okay. Yep, that hits.
And that will do 9 points of damage.
9
and since
points
it
of damage to
successfully
that guy.
hit, it can also move another 20 feet.
Okay.
This is the closest I can get. I can't quite. Oh, there.
There, right there. Yeah.
Full square block.
Yeah, that's fine. That works about right.
There.
Yep.
And we'll attack this guy.
Sounds good.
Advantage.
The one guy who hasn't been hit yet.
Yeah, well,
It's about to change, right?
that's
Yep.
about to change.
Yep, sure is. Okay.
And
Wow.
12 points of damage.
Man, welcome to the fight. Welcome to the party, pal. All right. He sort of stumbles forward. Okay. And good stuff, Nisiana. You did your healing. You did that. That leads us to Alarian. Alarian, you have two fairly hurt werebats that you're dealing with. One
Yep,
quite hurt.
so, yes. I'm not going to do Shield Fortress this time since the tide of battle has turned to us. So that's a good thing.
Right.
But I am going to attack the guy in front of me, since I have advantage on him.
So no more of the +3 AC to everybody, right?
Yeah, that's true. That goes away.
Okay.
All right. So Star Sword with advantage on the guy right in front of me. You got to be kidding.
Oh,
Nope. That's a
Nope,
miss.
I'm actually spend my reaction for a soul die. I am going to roll 1. Hopefully it'll do just as well as last time.
Keep in mind, by the way, I'll let you do that, but remember now, just be clear that you've used your reaction. So if someone this
It was-
turn
oh, wait a
tries to
minute.
attack you with something, no, you're fine because this was the new
Oh,
round
yeah,
again.
I know.
So you're
Yep,
okay,
yep,
but I'm just letting you know.
Right. Yeah, exactly. No, I got it. Thank you. All right, so we're going to do D6.
And don't forget your extra D4.
Oh, yeah, that too, which I think I'm going to need because 11, 14. Yeah, I'm going to need that D4 too,
14 and the D4.
which is now 15, 16, 17.
Hey, that's a hit.
There we go. All right.
Yay!
What was my damage? It was a lousy 5. That's okay.
Okay.
All right, since I haven't taken this guy out yet, I'm going to have to hit him
Not
again.
Yet.
Yeah.
He did it
okay.
again.
Yes.
Take it under advice.
That's better. I'll take either one for 8 points, 17 for 8 points.
Okay, and that does, in fact, kill that
Yes.
guy off.
Okay, good. Good.
Down
okay.
goes the werebat.
All right,
There are
with one
two.
left, we can probably, yeah, okay.
You got one to your left, one to your right. And, okay, you're going to stay where you are. Still Larian, I imagine. That leads us to Maramay. All right, Maramay, you've got 2 in front of you, basically, that are left.
Oh, I know why
Okay.
we're stopping right now. Yeah, okay.
Is it because of time?
No,
Well, it is partially, but-
partially, but there's another reason.
Oh,
Which
okay.
makes sense. Yeah, I get it. Okay.
Um,
We'd mop them up next round for sure, but
I will need to make notes of how many rounds I've left of my spiritual weapon and how many rounds I have left of my aura of.
yeah.
and the bless too.
Well, we'll see.
And the blast.
Maybe Maramay gets lucky and takes out 2 in one shot, in which case, we'll see.
Maybe.
All right. What do you want to do, Maramay?
Ah!
I know. Don't cast shatter.
gonna just cast Shadow over everything.
I happen to have a kill 2 werebat spell. Is that how does that
I
work?
mean, the thing about not being able to use my my weapons is that I am running low on spells. So sadly,
You could put Shatter right there and hit all of you.
Yep.
And
Stop giving her ideas, sir.
okay.
Why not?
Yes.
Oh wow. That's
yes, I could. I won't. I'm going. How hurt do they look? Arv?
Very hurt, both of them.
Both of them? Okay.
I mean, yeah, that's from what you can tell, pretty much.
I can
equally
re-heal
bad hurt.
Valerian if you have to shatter.
Seems like overkill. I mean, yeah, I know you
Yeah,
could, though.
it
Oh,
feels
that's right. Okay.
honestly, if they're looking very hurt and you two have been effective in hitting them, and I've been using a lot of spell slots, and I don't think that the day is over, I'm going to look at this one here, and I'm going to look it in the eye, and I'm going to say, your outfit is poorly coordinated, and I need you
And your wings are just sad.
to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
He does not. Apparently, these wings were sad.
Ego
and he's,
crushed.
So he
Seriously.
takes three points of psychic damage.
Well,
and,
he was a little more health than that.
and he has disadvantage on the next attack roll.
Okay. That's useful, actually, because... And that's it for you, Mermaid?
Yes, that is my great move. Thank you for being here.
He's going to move in. Oh, you blame my wings, would you? Okay, so he's going to try to take attack. Let's see. We've got let's see. So 14 is his attack with the scimitar, so that's a miss. Now is bite, but this is no longer done because it's just the next attack roll. So now
It
is
is,
bite.
you're correct.
That is going to be an 8, which is a terrible miss.
I kept
okay.
the silvery barbs
That's a
as a
wonderful
reaction
miss.
just in case. It is a
Just
good
in
miss.
case.
Keep it up.
Okay, now the dude on Alarian is going to try to scimitar away, just hammering away at your armor. 10 on the scimitar is not going to get the job done. But a critical hit on the bite.
Oh, silvery barbs.
Silvery barbs, I was waiting for
Reroll
that.
that.
I was waiting for that.
I'm keeping my spell slots to save
Just
us
wait
from
till the
bites.
undead werebats rise from the ground. Oh, no. 16 on that bite,
Nope.
which is going to be a no.
Thank you.
Okay.
Damn it,
You're
Ray
welcome.
Harryhausen.
And I'm going to give you advantage. I'm going to give it in this case to Nisiana. So you get advantage on your next, because Nisiana is before Alarian. Yeah, I'm going to give you advantage, Nisiana.
Actually, that does not make sense. Give it to Larian.
Okay, I'll give it to Alarian then.
Trust
Okay.
me on this one.
Okay.
I did not question.
Okay, Tanton. So your quarry basically land ahead of you underneath this bridge that I've described before that you're able to see, and so you're basically right behind them. So you will have arrived this round, or the next round, I should say. But as you can see, they all they are preparing to. It looks like they're preparing to land. And then they see something under the bridge, and they all peel off. Like, all 3 of them peel off and head off in another direction entirely. Like, basically away from that area.
Cowed by our combat might.
So, Tanton, are you going to follow after them? Because they're like, does not look like they're making another pass. Looks like they're heading away. So you're going to head back down? Okay. So Tanton is going to land right nearby, just in time to see Sky Blue having cut through the weighted net and is now outside of it. And she, with a cry of anger, leaps forward and in a blur attack, like just like,
Unleashes the power of the Hadouken.
yeah, basically. Well, the power of the incredibly fast daggers. She actually attacks 3 times with her daggers.
Wow.
I hope it's
Wow.
magical.
Slash. So
Are there 3 pieces of werebat?
we're going to find out. Let's see. She's going to hit
3,
with
a
2 of
7,
them.
and a 9.
She's going to hit with 2 of those, and this one does definitely
Explodes.
die. It must have been magical, apparently, Maramé, because this thing
Yay.
is dead.
Pulls out its heart on her blade.
Yeah, and so she does that, and
Cool.
then
Cool.
Stormflower comes forward, and again does let's see, starts saying, "Sometime I'll wear pajamas in the daytime." It's the only other Crash Test Dummy song I know, and and attacks him with this. And let's see if he can make the save, and he does not. That means he's going to take that damage. All that damage. Yeah, his psychic damage is pretty much destroyed. And so, as the last werebat falls, Tantin lands, gets off his sled, and Sky Blue, sort of panting, kind of looks at all of you, and she nods and she says, all right. Well, you've proven you're not trying to rob me. So then, I need to know why you're after me. Because you ain't the only one that's following me, that's certain. And I think you're going to be picking up more trouble than you bargained for.
You are important to the dragon prophecy, and we will protect you.
The dragon prophecy, are you daft?
Don't even start, youngin', says the youngest one.
And with that,
and I am glowing.
and
with the
glowing dragon,
Dragon still.
with the glowing, impressive dragon claim, we're going to bring this session to a close.
So it doesn't actually matter that I've kept like all kinds of. Does this matter? The stuff I've just put in there.
No, because you're out of combat. It might have. Sorry.
Okay. All right. I've been keeping track. Really
I'm
close.
sorry. It could have.
Because I've been
It might
thinking
have.
we were going to attack again.
Under certain circumstances, you inspired yourself, Dragon. Sounds like a fake band. So good stuff, everybody. Good stuff, and a combat there was actually quite a bit of everything going on in this session today. We had a lot of combat, we had some RP, we had stuff, and we only ran way over, which was not what I planned to do. My apologies. But we got in the middle of a combat and ran a little bit longer. But it wasn't even that long a combat. It was just that we had a lot of stuff going on. Anyway, but I know that we ran over, so I'm gonna let all of you wonderful folks go. But first, I'm going to say, Alarian, good stuff tonight. And again, in the combat, doing the Aegis like the Aegis does, like, tanking it up in exactly the way that's intended.
Yep.
And I am also going to be interested to see how Alarian feels about this situation, because I think my guess is that the party as a whole has gotten the sense that Sky Blue is like, a thief and maybe misguided, but in some ways about certain aspects of her life, but maybe has her heart in the right place the way that Stormflower does. And so it's interesting to see how Alarian, who sort of is more like, let's figure out how people, or what kind of an asset are you or not, how Alarian's going to handle things in that regard. So, and of course, they're still figuring out the kind of end game about where everybody goes next. So how did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
So yeah, this was terrific. So for those who are wondering, the third level, the Aegis has, of course, a wide variety of subclasses to specialize in. This is the Spirit Guardian, which is, as people can see, is much more based on protection. There's an offensive one that's just deadly, but I said, no, for this character, I wanted them to do the more protective route. And first use was very good, so I'm very pleased about that. And yes, I'm glad you picked up on that, Arv. Alarian has turned other people into not pawns, but allies, and beneficial aspects to them. And Sky, depending on how she wants to go, they have ideas to talk about with her, to discuss. There's someone with those skills can be put to much better use. So the next session is going to be very interesting in terms of conversation. And no, this was great. I thought for sure we'd have to fight those griffins. So I was like, Gun and I were discussing that during the break. I'm like, I felt for sure we were going to have to enter into combat. Like, good thing we didn't, because none of us wanted to hurt them. But this was pleasant, and thank goodness for magic and at least magical, able to hit creatures with a magical weapon. And yes, that would have been problematic otherwise. But this was a lot of fun. Sorry that Trent missed all the action. So there we go. But it is what it is. So
that upset.
I know he didn't. People can find me pretty much here. This is just about all the streaming I do. Let's see. In December, I will be at PAX Unplugged for those who are interested in attending over in Philly.
Oh, I'm probably going to be there too, at least for a night, or for a day. So
you should try to, see what you can do. Yeah, but I'll definitely be there as part of Catalyst. People who like board games, come on by and check out our stuff. It should be a lot of fun. Be the last major convention of the year. And yeah, it'd be great to see you down there. So if you can slip away, by all means.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, this is it. So when we start up on our 2 a month next month, hopefully we'll be back on hopefully a regular track, which I'm looking forward to. So otherwise, yeah, this is great fun and can't wait for the next session.
Good stuff. Thanks, John. Good work as always. Glad you finally got that that blinded thing. It's just happened to be on a bat.
Everything's going to be like a
so
slug
funny.
with no eyes. It's going to be a gargoyle or like something, a stone
sonar.
gargoyle.
You're like, God damn it.
I hit the shark. So what?
You hit a dolphin. No, God.
That was hilarious. That was really funny. Yeah. The irony is thick.
Good stuff, John. Thanks as always. Jen, obviously some very good work out of Nisiana combat-wise, not just because of the spiritual weapon. The heals were clutch when needed. And just sort of good use of those things in general, and also trying to kind of plan out how you're going to handle things around Sky and about how to manage Sky and dealing with the Sky Blue situation. And also, I like the idea that this battle is happening on the frozen, like on the crystal and the broken down glass of this sort of sign of Sharn and Braelen's failure, and here's the King's Citadel fighting these like gang of werebats over it. Like, it was a good image, and it was something which I think would be, even though Nisiana was not probably sent to this place, would be sort of solemn at the sight of all of this destruction around her. So anyway, I'm curious to see how you handle things in our next session.
It will be good contemplation later when I'm trying not to turn into a werebat.
Yes, because there is that. We will see what happens with the werebat thing that may have happened, so we'll have to talk about that. How did you feel about today's?
Turn into a werebat? God damn it! I finally am getting Nisiana to a spot where I'm really pleased with her. I'm very pleased with the auras.
But now you can fly to people and heal them. Think of it that way. How did you feel about today's?
Just go hunting for raw mice. That's all.
How did you feel about today's session?
Very good time. I think that the longer that we all work together and grow into our powers, we're getting really good at how to work together.
Yeah, the synergizing.
And protect each other, because that's important to all of us. I like the fact that I'm keeping Nisiana as bluntly open as possible. She can't lie to save her life, and she really doesn't want to. I'm enjoying that. By the way, I still have the aura up, and anybody who is hurt within the 30 feet will be healed fully by the time we're done.
Okay, I will
and
mark
I'm
that
really
down then.
Appreciative of the ring, because I'm like, that means I have an extra 3rd level spell. Other than that, no, I'm having a very good time. I really enjoy this game, and I really enjoy how we're meshing, and the problems of people not trusting anybody, which is absolutely is perfect for the characters. And Nisiana's just like, I'm just trying to help you. Would you please let me help you? No.
That's what my mom said, and my dad, and my,
Yes, but I'm not any of those. Youngin.
Yes.
Dragon.
Yes.
Mark. Not subtle for the next 10 minutes. I'm really enjoying that part of it, even though it's probably going to bite me in the butt. I'm not thinking literally.
Like a werebat.
Yes.
But where am I going to be? I am on Instagram with Jennifer_Brozek if you want to see more of my cats. Twitter, at least for now, Jennifer Brozek, and jenniferbrozek.com. And if you would like to support me, my next novel, Drumel's Light, is coming out, and it is a story of family and what they're willing to sacrifice to give a good legacy in the future. It's a good space opera. I'm really pleased with it. And that's it. Otherwise, and if you're a writer and you're looking how to edit, I have a class in December called Better Steps to Editing, 7 Better Steps to Editing, with Kat Rambo's Academy for Wayward Writers. You may all know Kat Rambo. She is also on Greg's channel.
Indeed. Indeed, and I am excited to have them back for Expedition for the Mysterious Peaks coming up next month as well.
Yes.
Thank you, Jen. Always a pleasure, and we will see you down the road. And Prince Justin has just pre-ordered that book because pre-orders are love.
Aw.
So good stuff. Thank you, Prince Justin.
You are so much.
Prince Justin is good people.
Justin.
Moving right along over, thank you, Jen. Moving right along over, Marie. Marimay, obviously quite effective this time as well for multiple reasons. The dissonant whispers, the various spells being cast, shatter cast at the right
Silvery
times and the right up
barbs.
things, and silvery barbs was really big on several occasions. Yes, and it was funny too because everyone's like, "Oh, huh," and she's like, I had the same thought that you did a little bit later on, where you're like, I'm using a lot of spell slots. But that's, this is exactly why you use them, is for a battle of this type. And unlike Nisiana, who wasn't down there, you might well have seen of, or at least would have heard of this area. So again, I had this image of you fighting in that kind of destruction with the knowledge of what it was, would be interesting. And fighting against these, these punks, basically these werebat punks, might have had an interesting, I don't know, resonance for you, given that you grew up, having lived in Sharn and so forth. And then obviously figuring out everything with Sky Blue as well. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I really enjoyed today's session, of course. Trying to find Sky Blue, and the synergy between the characters was really good. I had a lot of fun with it, although not having my sword in that final battle was really hard because I have a lot of my spells I've selected are to make me more agile, easier to go around, because she really wants to attack to be part of that battle, right, of that front movement.
Right, but your sword isn't magical, right? So that was yeah.
Exactly. So it's like, okay, that's not going to work. So let's redirect. Thankfully, I do have a few attack spells. And Silvery Barbs, though, was like, that's why at the end, I'm like, I'm going to save. Well, I'm going to save all my spells just in case as soon as a bite succeeds, I'm going to try to stop it, right? Because, yeah. So that was the whole party there. So Mérimée did not super much enjoy that. She's concerned about her sister. She knows she got bit despite her best efforts to help her. So she's angry about that, a little bit concerned, but she's also concerned about the fact that they're not in a good place. They've already used a lot of their abilities, of their everything, except for Tren, except for Tentis. So that's good. And who knows what else is waiting for them, because obviously people are after Sky Blue. So it's like, let's just go somewhere else with Sky Blue. Let's get Nisiana. Let's remove the curse or whatever it is, and let's just all go sleep. Have a nap. It's gonna be great. That's what she's thinking right now. So next, I have my horror nigh. So if you like dark fantasy, stories about fairies, like the old fairies, the scary ones, and the veil falling between our world and their world, it really does not go well for humanity. So if you're feeling kind of at fall, you want to cozy up with a scary book with good characters and have me rip out your heart a few times, Nigh is currently on sale until end of day tomorrow, I believe, for 99 cents only, the whole thing. So that's a good deal.
Oh, nice.
I'm putting it in chat. And aside from that, I do have an event on the 15th that I'm going to mention. I'm going to copy the Facebook. I think it'll work. But it is with Mysterious Galaxy, which is a beloved bookstore. And I am going to host Julie Chernada's next book launch.
Nice.
So on November the 15th. So come join. We would love to see you. It's going to be fun.
Julie's a good writer and a super good person also. So you should 100% be on board. I'm a big fan of Julie. That's awesome, Marie. Thank you. Good
Thank
stuff.
you.
We will see you soon.
It was fun.
And last but certainly not least, Tren Tanton also. There were some very interesting things for me with Tanton today, with especially constructions of things coming over to deal with the Sky Coach, like focusing on that. And then also the situation with, again, of all the characters, the House Cannith would be the one that would be the most affected in a way by the physical loss of these buildings, the collapse of this tower, the implications of it and everything. And so that's interesting to me to see the effect of landing in the middle of that space. So there was a lot of focus, I think, on the house and House Cannith's work with Tanton today, which I thought was neat. And yeah, unfortunately, you were not able to get too much into the combat side of things because you were busy following some bandits down until they were like, "Oh crap, we're not going to face all those at once," and peeled off, obviously. But yeah, how did you feel about today's session? And after the morning session that we had, or the afternoon session,
Right.
and where will the fine folks see you next? Long day for you, I know.
Yeah, just a bit. Where will folks see me next? I have no idea. Unless you're going to be in my living room tomorrow, I don't know. It'll be next month before anybody sees me. Thing and stuff. Yeah.
Long day.
Yeah, a bit. Started kind of early with trying to figure out the computer and get that working again. And then whole bunch of Tolkiening. And
Yep,
then
whole bunch Venture Middle Earth here with me, and then this.
and then Eberron and anything. There was something specific I was going to mention that felt really cool from tonight, and now I can't remember what it was because my brain isn't working. Yeah, I'm sure it'll come to me at the worst possible time.
Probably when you're trying to fall asleep, you'll be like, "Oh, damn it!"
No, that won't be that bad. I'll just be like, "Oh, that's what it was," and I'll be out. And no, it'll, right? Yeah, whatever. So, when we were talking about the fact that we were going to be stopping, and it was like the time, and then John said, "Yeah, but there's something else too." What is that?
That's
You said when we're getting ready to stop. I said, "Oh yeah, we got to stop because of the time."
Oh, I thought those guys. No. The thing was, I thought those guys were going to arrive and we'd have some sort of standoff, but then they took off. That was it. I thought for sure it was going to be.
Had they arrived earlier, they might have until you decide to all wipe the floor with them, and then they were
Well,
like, "Well,
you know,
We're getting really good at working together.
Yep.
We are a team.
yeah.
Yep.
So,
And
Oh,
don't
that was
forget
it.
your
I-
MVP, the Stormflower, who with that hugely effective was that was a big.
he
part
did
of
slow
this.
the one guy down. So you know,
He did.
He-
He
he-
slowed
he-
somebody
Finally.
down, and that was
It
good.
helped. Yeah, it's true.
I would say that probably what's going to happen in the very short order of the future is Melanie is probably going to go to Tanton and like have her sword and be like, "What can you do with this? What the hell?" And be like,
Make it magical.
I can put Thunderwave on it." She'd be like, "No. Why not? It'd be fun. You just sweep it and it blows everything up. No, it's a bad idea.
It would hurt Alarian, and we don't want to do that.
Like,
Yeah,
to make an
ow.
omelet, you got to break a few Starforged,
Right.
Yeah. Anyway,
Ow. Right.
Yeah. So I can't think of what the other thing was. So I guess never mind. It's just meh.
then I will say thank you, Trent, for both sessions today. Really good stuff. And thank you to Marie, Jen, and John as well. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing players of Infinity and Beyond? We will be in part 3 as we're closing in again towards the end of season 2 of Oracle of War next month. But that's going to be it for now. Thank you, players. Good stuff. And I will see you folks next month. Until then, chat, give some love to the players. And players, thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye
you.
for now.
Thank you.
Okay. Good stuff. So, so we had a very good, productive, busy day, but a great day of role playing today, and love the Eberron campaign. Still love the setting, and really enjoying the adventure as it sort of unfolds. Watching the players go through it, so that's been great, and I cannot wait to see what happens as they close things, and then getting to moving on. It's certainly by the time we get to the end of December, moving into January, we'll be on to season 3. Season 3, chat. Season 3 of Oracle of War. It's going to be pretty wild, so I am excited. And thank you. I appreciate that I have been inspired by you, Dragon Spirit. You inspire me all the time, But it was great. And Chad, I hope you enjoyed it as well. Thank you for being so connected to it and interactive with it and everything for both sessions today. For those of you here for both, and those of you who could just make it for this, thank you. It was really great. And yeah, I'm going to be off tomorrow, but I will be back on Monday for Halloween. Monday night, probably around 10 p.m. Eastern, depends on when everything gets done with the kids. But I will be here with our annual Halloween show, reading some Edgar Allan Poe. Definitely The Raven and one of his short stories. I don't know yet which one. I'll make that decision tomorrow, and then we'll be doing that on Monday night. So that's going to be awesome. They are level 7, is what these folks are. Rock God, level 7. So yeah, if you like what you saw and heard, please follow the channel, check out the YouTube, the Discord, the Twitter, the website, arvanelleron.com. Please support the merchandise area, Arv Shop, the Patreon, Arv Treon. Please sub to the channel, as many of you did tonight. Thanks to the gift subs as well. I'm going through this quickly because I already went through this a few times, so you folks have heard this a bunch today. Again, Icarus, Greyshade, and of course, Library for Tales and Tomes in the Forbidden Library. And of course, BLM, Black Lives Matter. Again, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. ! Help Now, World Health Organization page on suicide prevention, and ! Ukraine, Ukraine, to help the fine people of Ukraine fight back against oppression, and symbolically to also indicate that we will do that with many throughout the world who are fighting for justice, which is much more than just the people of Ukraine. But that is one way, and one immediate way, to symbolically demonstrate support for such groups. And so thank you for those of you who were able to jump on board with that. No raid today because I've got to go downstairs and talk to my daughter who just came back from this Halloween thing, and then I have to I have another conversation I have to have with someone, but I'm going to head on out. I do want to thank the wonderful people today. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Rock God, Triffity Mats, Arudinel, The Rising Tides. Thank you for being awesome, the best mods in the business. Thank you to my wonderful subscribers and Patreon supporters, Rock God, Triffity Mets, Arudinel, Rising Tides, Wispy Song, Crit Twitch, JLC, Mrs. Dunsel, Prince Justin, and Trendane. Thank you as well to my viewers, Oniva. Thank you to Gone Eden, of course, Galadriel Bot, who's totally not a bot. Thank you to Jagtress, to Light and Passion. Thank you to Mara Romano. Thank you to Marie Bilodeau, to Nonstop, to Pyron Jade, Radio Johnny Panda, to Small Streamer, and to XFIM. Of course, thank you to an anonymous gifter for the multiple gift subs today, and thank you most of all tonight to all of you in chat, and to my wonderful players, to Jen Brozek, to Marie Bilodeau, to Trendane Sparks, and to John Helfers. That's going to be it for me. Best bods in the biz. I'm sure that's true. I am going to head on out. I'll see you folks Monday night for our annual Halloween stream back here in November for more of this campaign, other campaigns, finishing up with Final Fantasy VII Remake, Yuffie's mission, and then moving into ActRaiser, and then Ghost of Tsushima, and all that kind of good stuff. So that's it for now. Much love to all of you, and as always, everybody, please be good to each other. Have a good night. The King's Citadel. Well, what can I tell you about them? About the ones who do the job no one else can do? Well, I can tell you this. Wherever they go, people notice. And wherever they are, hope follows. Hilarion, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen war and peace, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. They came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. They've made friends along the way, salvage brokers, sheriffs, and everyday citizens alike. but they've also made enemies. Irulan Karnak, most powerful of the Salvage Brokers, the Order of the Emerald Claw, and even the Lord of Blades, if he truly exists. And, most dangerously, they've discovered something so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations. The Oracle of War. This powerful device will give anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and everyone from rival nations to greedy bandits will stop at nothing to possess it, especially now that it's begun to speak lines from the ancient draconic prophecy which predicts all of Eberron's future. Well, they've survived the Grey and saved Salvation, but can they survive the intrigue and deception of Sharn, City of Towers, where those with deep knowledge of the draconic prophecy must help decide what to do with this artifact? Only if they remember that in the end, all we have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Sharn.